Let's see. But Christina, let's how your song is good. It's just that it's short. And then no matter what, we can do it still. It's just gonna take a minute, you know. So what
Oh wait, are we supposed to sing the whole song?
so see, for example, yes, we're supposed to be singing 2 full songs, right? That's my boss word. Now what I'm saying is, since your song, Christina, and the one that you're proposing is good, you know, I don't mind, but it's quite short. I don't know if you guys, I'm gonna share my screen again. Here it is. Here it is. It's just this. It's literally 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sentences, and then again another 6, 7 sentences, and they pretty much repeating itself at the end of the road, you know. So it's not really that extensive song. And so what I'm proposing is, how about we just do the 2 of them, and that's it. So a total amount of 3 songs. See? Yes? No? We? Yeah. Okay, please, let's do it. Let's just make an effort, a little effort. It's literally a minute and a half effort. Okay, so I know that we can do it. We've done bigger things, and I'm pretty much done with the time finding songs right now because it's taking a long time. But yeah, let's do that one. All right. So again, first, toi et moi. The second song that we're gonna be singing is Embrassez, Embrassez-moi. The third song is going to be Parler à tête, right? Parler à tête. So those 3 songs are gonna be the ones that we're gonna be singing. Okay, and then like you said, it's literally a matter of 1 minute and a half more. Don't think it as, oh, 3 songs, oh, that's too much. I know you probably already saying these things behind the mic, but trust me, it's not really that much. Okay, good. We're gonna do those 3. Yay! Now, homework, or not homework, just call it assignment to do at home or on your own. Toi et moi, embrassez-moi, parlez à tête. Those 3 lyrics needs to, for next class, that it's on Tuesday. Or, yeah. I want to see every single of the pronunciation rules that we have been practicing till today. So say, what is the parler à tête? So let's say you are gonna go to your computer and it's gonna go and do this. Parler à tête, lyrics, right? And then this is when it's be showing up, right? Lyrics of Parler à tête. Great song, I like it a lot. And then what you are gonna be doing is just printing this out. If you're not printing, it's fine. Just type it, write it down in your notebook, all right? But then with a different color, you know, any other color than the one that you wrote the song in, you're gonna be scratching every single of these pronunciation rules that we have been practicing so far. Say, for example, I don't know, Juana is gonna be the one next class starting saying, okay, Sebastian, for my first paragraph, here is the first paragraph, see? I found 20 pronunciation rules. Cool. All right, and then tell me which are the ones that you found. So the very first one is gonna be, well, this is je, pretty much has no rule, nothing exotic, but then this one is a rule, right? E and U are gonna make a sound of an O. Sorry. E and U are gonna make the sound of E. Je veux. Je veux. It's one rule. Oh, this is a second rule, right? Yes. Q, K, 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 and U. U. We're gonna have the pronunciation rule of quand. Je veux quand. Not Q on, not K on, no, just straightforward, the rule that we learned. Je veux qu'on. Mais, that is a third rule, and then fourth rule in the same sentence, the fourth and last rule, Q. O and U together are making the sound of U. Je veux qu'on m'écoute. m'écoute. Right, so last one, of course, in this case, doesn't make any sound, right? So je veux qu'on m'écoute. Oui, oui is oui. Je, again, see, pretty much a lot of the rules that you guys already know by heart are gonna be repeated itself over and over again. That's it in French. It's really, really easy pronunciation in French. The tricky part comes when it's the grammar and the gender and all those stuff. But then other than that, that's gonna be it, the homework or the assignment for the next class. I'm just gonna pick randomly people, you know. I won't definitely pick anybody that can unmute. I need really to make you guys unmute your mics and start sharing with me, because there is no other way to sing a song if it is not practicing, if you're not listening to you guys' voice. Okay, so right, so let's continue. Let's say then I'm gonna pick somebody else next class and say, well, Cristina, go ahead and do the second paragraph. Okay, the second paragraph is gonna have Sebastian 15 rules or 10 or 5, or I only found one rule, a pronunciation rule. Okay, that's fine, that's okay. Well, that's what we're here for. The very first one is je marche, marche. Remember, it's not march, it's marche. No sound at the end. That's the second rule right there. So sul, E and U, O, sul, caché, caché or caché or no, caché. No sound at the end. Su, mon, nasal sound, ombrelle, no sound at the end. See, that's exactly what you guys are going to be doing. Now let's sing. Next following 15 minutes, we're gonna mute ourselves and we're gonna start singing. Before singing, the only thing that we're gonna do is reading the sentences. All right, so I'm gonna start picking from you. If there is no volunteers, it's fine. I can pick anybody from you guys. Beautiful voices, and let's start. So who would like to volunteer on the first paragraph? This whole thing. Everybody's gonna read the song twice, okay, before we start singing it. As you can see, it's pretty simple. It's not really that long. Okay, volunteers. Who would like to volunteer? We can divide this into 2 big paragraphs. Okay, so what is underlined, or what is with that blue thing? It's gonna be the stuff that you guys are gonna be reading. Okay, let's start with Karina. Karina, would you like to please read the very first one, this first chunk? Karina.
I wouldn't know how to read it. I don't.
It's all good. It's all good. Let's do our best.
Okay, so how do you pronounce the first one?
Sa.
Sa te fais pasa.
Correct. Yeah. Oui. Merci. Then sorry, all the way until pa, until here. Yeah.
Okay. Wait, what about the second one?
Quelque.
Keke. Or wait, no, the E doesn't sound right.
Right. So it will be quelque.
Kick. Cho. No, show.
Chose.
Chose. And toi.
En toi. Yeah.
Toi. Okay. Quan.
Yeah.
No. Pa. Pas.
Passé.
Pas it. And oh, and then wait, did those two connect?
Not in this case. Well, good question, but no, not in this case, because 2 consonants can't connect each other. Just only one. If it's a vowel and a consonant and a vowel will connect. So it will be just passé, se.
Okay, passé, se. Répondant.
Répondant. Mhm.
Répondant à et quand
Con. Mhm.
c'est retour. I don't know how to do
Yeah, yeah, excellent. Retrouve.
that. Retrouve. And the second has, is that like a J?
Yes, J.
So just,
Oh, sorry. Je. Yeah,
just,
yeah.
toi et moi,
Toi
toi
et
moi,
moi.
moi,
Excellent. Yeah,
moi,
excellent. Yeah.
moi, je bon,
Hmm.
je me reconnais,
Reconnais
reconnais,
pas.
and pass,
Pas.
pas.
No sound at the end of, yeah, exactly. No sound at the end of any word. Good.
Okay.
And then the last one.
Quand tu te détaches
Detach. Yeah, excellent.
et que, quoi, how did you say that? The
Cool.
que,
Cool.
que
Mm-hmm.
les mots,
Mm-hmm.
and then the ne. Do you say just n?
Ne. Ne.
Oh, ne. Okay. Vienen pas.
Pas. Merci beaucoup. Yay.
Okay.
Très, très joli. Merci, merci. Excellent, Karina. Now, second paragraph. Great job. See, no sounds at the end of each word. Great. And making sure that those nasal sounds are really like really exaggerated. Just exaggerating. Doesn't matter if you feel like you're doing it wrong. Excellent job, you guys. The second person who's going to help us is going to be Cristina, or yeah, Cristina. Cristina, I'm just going to go in the order that my screen is showing. Something else.
Je
Mhm.
sais bien que je me prends, hold on,
Prends
moi que tu que ton so, oh my god.
yeah,
Que
no, you're fine.
ton so, no, se, no, it's like, it's what the, wait, this se right here, is that like a saw, right? Says,
Yes, so this one after the two is sa.
okay, yeah. Sa, se, sis, no, c'est pas normal.
Oui.
Que tu vous, vous, I don't know, la version sur TG,
Titré.
très,
Mhm.
laissez-moi ver si c'est que reste avoir
Mhm.
M, N, I don't know.
Yeah,
Moi,
MNA. Mhm.
moi, vers el grand sur, I don't know.
O and I together is
U,
Ua. So it will be Sua.
te, te, suel,
Souffler.
Souffler. C'est tout. Vous,
Ver.
vous bien m'écouter.
M'écouter. Oui, merci beaucoup. Great job, you guys. Beautiful. Yes. Excellent on pronunciation of those O-I. It's wa. So voir. It's that rule, right? Voir. When we see these ones, O and I. Ooh-ah. Excellent. And then excellent remembering the no sounds at the end of each word. So if we see pas, we don't say pas, we say pa. Okay. Excellent. Beautiful. I love that. Now let's continue with the little one. It's a very little one. So who would like to volunteer on this one? Un petit peu, toi et moi, a lot of O and I sounds together. Who wants to give it a try to this little one? I'll just say, let's do Alauna. I haven't seen you. This is probably your first class. So if you would like to volunteer doing this one, I'll help you. I'll be more than happy to help you.
I can try, but I'm probably going to mess up.
It's all good. It's all good.
Okay, so un petit. How do you say the next word?
Peu.
Peu. Toi.
Yes, excellent.
Et moi.
Moi.
Je.
Yeah.
C'est. Ple.
Oui.
Je. C'est. Pas.
Excellent. And again.
Un petit. Petit.
Peu.
Peu. Toi. Et moi. Et toi.
Ton.
Penser.
Quoi. It's another of those quoi sounds. Excellent. Yay.
Yeah.
Excellent. Good job. Thank you so much, Alona, and welcome. I'll type my email in the chat box if you have any more questions regarding this pronunciation situation. It's all good. Probably. Is it your first class? Just like
Yeah, this is my first class.
cool. Yeah, that is not really nothing to be worried about. I'll be more than happy to help you. I can also just if you want to make sure that you, I don't know, Christina or Karina or anybody there in that class, I've seen them pretty much these past 2 weeks, every class, so they will definitely help you to catch up. If you have any more questions, obviously tell me, email me or whatever, and I'll help you. Great job. Thank you so much. Exactly. So see, a lot of pronunciation, you guys, on that O and I sound. So every single time that we encounter those O and I, French pretty much, like I said, is all about those wa sounds. Toi, moi, toi, moi, toi, quoi. All right, great. We have a couple of more minutes. No, the time is really a short amount of time to practice our beautiful French. Who would like to? No, more volunteers. I'm just gonna be somebody. Lily, would you like to please help us out with this? And then I'll find somebody else for the rest.
J'ai attendu le on best tres tu. Is that how you say it?
Toi.
Tua. How do you say the next word?
Oh, Joska.
Jessica. Si on avant le monde et que les temps on compas un con l'immensia la honte si nos futur si confond et quels si sont ici et les mais je sens ben que je me pense mal.
Excellent. Beautiful, beautiful. Excellent. See, no sounds at the end. Good. Trying those nasal sounds. Those are nasal sounds. Those are, trickier. But it's great. Amazing. Thank you so much. Let's do this last chunk. It's actually easier than the one that we just heard from. Let's see who is missing here. Karina. No, Karina already went. Christina. Christina, would you like to? Oh no, wait a second. Christina did it already. Who am I missing? I'm missing somebody. Oh, Queen. But then Queen. Christina also is missing. But I think that Christina is having a hard time with her computer or her internet because she keeps logging out. Okay, let's do. I'm gonna. Christina, would you like to say it? Christina. Christina, you're there? You unmute. I'm assuming that you would like to read this last chunk. Okay. All right, repeat after me. You guys have only a couple more minutes. I won't take too long doing this with you guys, but right after me, all right? If you want to unmute, it's fine. I just make sure that you are following me, all right? So this part right here, que, tu, ça,
Ça,
c'est pas
c'est pas
normal.
Normal.
normal
Que tu
que
Tu
tu
voudrais
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 la version
la
la
version
version
sous-titre.
sous-titrée.
sous-titrée.
Laissez-moi
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 voir ce
voir
voir
ce
ce
qui
qui
reste à voir.
restait
restait à
à
voir.
voir.
Emmenez-moi
Emmenez-moi
Moi
vers le grand soir.
vers
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 le
le
grand
grand
soir
soir.
tes souffert
des
Tes
souffleurs.
souffleurs,
si tu veux bien
Si
si
tu
tu
veux
veux
bien
bien
m'écoute.
m'écouter.
Now, keep continue unmuting yourself. Un petit peu. I'm going to do it a little bit quicker. That way we kind of start hitting that beautiful rhythm in French. So, un petit peu,
Un
toi
peu,
et moi.
toi et moi.
Un petit peu,
que
toi
Toi
et
et
moi.
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 Je sais plus,
Je sais plus.
Je sais,
je sais pas.
Je
sais
sais
pas.
pas.
Un petit peu,
Un
Un
petit
Un
peu.
petit peu,
toi et moi.
Toi et moi.
toi et moi.
Et toi,
Et
Et
toi,
toi,
t'en pensais quoi?
t'en
un
pensais
pensée,
quoi?
quoi?
Un petit peu, toi et moi.
Un petit
Un
peu,
petit peu,
toi et moi.
toi et moi.
Un petit peu, toi et moi.
Un petit
Un
peu,
petit
toi et
peu,
moi.
toi et moi.
See how beautiful it's making that rhythm and that sounds are going along together. It's really, really simple, guys. Trust me. Once you get pronunciation part, the rest of French is gonna be just a piece of cake. Okay, that's great. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate you guys coming, joining up today. I love that every single of you unmute today, and now you are understanding that the time is coming, guys. We're gonna be singing in a couple of weeks. So before that day comes, we really have to work a lot on pronunciation, but not like you guys need it a lot, but it's just that French sounds 10 times better when you practice 10 times a day. Thank you so much. If there's any questions, please don't hesitate, contacting me or anything. Just as a reminder, first song that we are gonna do, I'm just gonna type it again in the chat box. Like I'm gonna spam you with these messages or over. Again, toi et moi, embrassez-moi, parlez à tête. those songs are going to be the ones that we're going to be working, singing, and practicing throughout the next couple of weeks. Nothing else but those 3 songs, right? My best advice is download to your Spotify playlist or Pandora or Apple Music or any of those apps that you have, and start listen to them right now. That way you start getting familiarized with the accents, the tones, the voice, the liaison, those connections with OI and all those rules that we have been practicing. Also, don't forget to go to this website, and this is pretty much all the rules that we're going to be applying for those 3 songs. And that's pretty much it, guys, right? If any questions, suggestions, comments, jokes, I don't know, anything that you guys want to share, will be fine. All ears right now. Okay, if there's nothing else, I don't have anything else for you guys. I will be more than happy if you guys please take care during this weekend, and nothing. See you guys next class, next week.
Thank you, Sebastian. It was good seeing
Sebastian.
you.
Yeah, totally, Caroline. Thank you so much for working with these wonderful kids. I love them all. It's just been a pleasure. When I heard about you working with them, I was like, great. I was just so excited. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm excited. Thank you.
Yeah, no, and they are lovely. I really, really love them all. I've been working with them like for over 40 years now.
Awesome.
40 years.
Cool.
It's
That's
just
awesome.
love them. All right, thank you all. All right, take care. Please be safe and
Take care. Have a good weekend.
totally, you too. Bye, you all. Bye.
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 Alrighty, everyone. So it is 10:49. Looks like we'll begin humanities at 11. If you guys want to take a quick bathroom break, before we begin, you're more than welcome to. Just be here by 11, so we can start Ben's class.
Hello. Happy Friday. How is everyone? What's the scoop? What's the word?
Not too bad. Every Friday is a good Friday, right?
Every Friday is a good Friday because it means sleeping in the next day for those who are fortunate enough to be able to do that. Myself included. Is everyone still returning from a break, or what's before this? I haven't looked in a while. I've forgotten.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Elizabeth and I switched today, so I'll be here today.
Oh, okay.
Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. I was just oh, so world language. The French is before this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. How's the song coming? Is
Good.
everyone singing along?
We've got some singers.
I remember when I was in my freshman year of high school, I think. I was the person that played guitar in class, so they said, "All right, Ben, you have to play guitar for this Joe Dassin, I think his name was, this French song." And we went to the French festival at ASU, just this small group of French high school students, and performed in the Arizona heat outside to nobody. I still remember the first line. J'ai la guitare qui les dimanche. Da 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 da. That's all I remember.
It's coming along. It's just
Yes,
this
it's
morning- yeah, it's coming along. This
Yeah.
morning we've just had a couple students. It looks like a part of Shelton lost some power. So
Oh,
they've been
no.
kind of in and out. Some of them are on their cells.
Oh, geez.
So yeah. So it's been quite the day. So whenever
That's
you're ready.
unfortunate. Well, we've got one project in, and we'll take our victories where we can.
Oh,
We got one project in.
Wait, I turned mine
You
in.
did?
But then,
But
um, but then I looked through it again after submitting it, and it got messed up. So I have to go back and fix it.
what got messed up?
Like I had this one like voice, or I had like one audio, but it like disappeared in like my whole mixtape.
In the mix? Sometimes that happens if you leave the mute on
Yeah.
when you mix it down. I do that all the time. I forget that it's on, and then something's missing. And then
Yeah.
by that time, I'm already somewhere else, and I'm like, no! Do you think within some point in the class, the next 3 hours, you could go turn it on and upload it?
Yeah. I found it that I find it kind of hard to get to 1 minute now. Like I thought, oh, 1 minute is fine, but now
Yeah.
it's like, oh, it's not fine. It's too hard.
I know, that's what I was saying in the beginning. Everyone was like, well, maybe 1 minute, minute and a half is 2. And I was thinking, well, 1 minute is hard to do. Actually, it can seem like an eternity.
Yeah. My audio goes from like 30 seconds to 40 seconds, and like
That-
30 seconds and 40. So yeah.
It's good to learn that. And if you've turned in a 45-second piece, that's fine. I don't want you to just go and like fill up time just to fill up time. I think it's a really valuable lesson to learn that 1 minute is a lot. And it would be cool to see that space where you couldn't get to 1 minute. Why couldn't you? So there's still useful things to learn from showing us your 45-second piece.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Now I'm not saying everyone else can turn in a 30-second piece, okay? The requirement has not been expunged. I would like you to strive for a minute. And if you're having fun, you can push it to 2. So, Christina, if you want to get that one in, that'd be great. What I'd like to do is listen to Lily's and Christina's if she can get in. Though we have some time where we could go back and visit it too. Some minor editing and it'll be done. Oh, that's great. Excellent. Excellent. So, good news is those that are finished with this project, good job. Your first project down, maybe the first piece of electronic art you've ever done, electronic music, if you want to call it. I mean, we're still thinking of these as soundscapes, but today I want to begin to introduce the second project. So, of course, yes, you've just finished this. Maybe there were a lot of hurdles. And now I'm going to place a brand new project in your lap. So there's the good news and the bad news. The bad news, if you want to take it as bad news. The challenge, let's say. Yes, it's more work, but it's also a different assignment, slightly. And I'll go more into that later. It's still, the 1 minute. I'm not making you make anything longer. So I want to go into that. So I'd like to listen to the pieces today, go into that lecture, and then potentially read the Act 3 of Raisin in the Sun. We'll see how long my lecture goes. Last time I felt like I really needed a lot of time to introduce things. But we'll see. That was my first run at this lecture, so maybe the second one will be a little more concise, a little briefer. I don't know. There is time to finish the play, although we have 3 other readings to get to. My thinking is that we won't read a second play now because we've sort of extended this play, and you'll get credit for the multiple sessions of reading this play for the two credits of play. I can't remember how many it is right now. I think it's something like 5. So it'll be like 10 that you'll get over the consecutive class sessions we've had. If that's not clear, I will make sure it's clear in the written material and the syllabus and stuff like that. Housekeeping. Anyone that's having problems with the recorders? I think last session we discovered a wrench in my vision for these is that if you make the recordings too long, BandLab will not let you upload a huge audio file to edit down, which is a real bummer. And I'm wagging my finger at BandLab for making a program that limits your file size in that way. The student didn't tell me how long the file was, so it could have been 30 minutes for all I know. And any computer that is trying to upload a 30-minute audio file is going to have some trouble. But especially one that works on a web browser. It's not native to your laptop or anything like that. It's not running on your laptop. It's running through a browser. And depending on your computer's processing power, it's going to take a lot to upload a long clip. Most audio programs probably wouldn't have a problem with a substantial audio file. But even my laptop, I think if I tried to upload a 30-minute audio file, it would be, the fan would be whirring, things would be slow. It would take a lot of the computer's memory to put that into the digital audio workstation, the BandLab sound editor that we're working in. So the salient point, the short and long of it is that keep your audio files short. Your handheld recorders, your Evister recorders, don't record. I think 3 minutes, maybe. Although I don't have the materials to experiment. This is kind of the the thing I am unfortunately asking you to discover in these projects. 1 minute is definitely safe. 1 minute works. 3 minutes is probably fine. I wouldn't push it past 5 minutes for a sound file. Unless you have another program on your computer to edit them. But I think the thing with the Chromebooks is that they're not made to work with audio. So that's just something to keep in mind. Try and keep them short. So don't go past a minute, 3 minutes. Experiment and let me know. Okay, so that. Let's see. Let's do this. Maybe I will start with some presentation, and then at a point in here, we'll listen to Lily's project and hopefully Chrissy's project when she is able to post it, and Juana too, and maybe Juana can get that in too as well. Gosh, I wish I could see into the future and see how much time things take. It's just so hard to know sometimes. And that's a fun thing about these audio projects, the soundscapes, working with sound in this way is really discovering how long some things take. And working with time, getting a sense of time. Some of my friends in music school would always rag on me because they would say I have a terrible sense for how long things are. My relation to time is my own. I'd say, that was like a 3-4 minute piece. Like, no, that was like 30 seconds. I'm exaggerating, but let's get into this. This is fun. Not that everything I don't do is fun, everything I teach is fun, but this is something that I wasn't until the past few years really interested in pursuing as much. And what I'm talking about is essentially what's called electronic music. I think when most people think about electronic music, they think of dance music. They think of Daft Punk or, I don't know, Europop, dance music, K-pop, techno, I think. But if you were floating around in certain art scenes in the 1950s and 60s, electronic music meant something much different. And it came out of the classical world, basically. So the world of Beethoven and Mozart, and the people that came after them, who sought to find new ways of expression with the symphonic orchestral instrumentation. And a lot of that involved experimenting and progressing the ideas of pitch, rhythm, time, form, and I'll talk about that more, especially form and time, and what was considered musical material. There were, at the beginning of the 20th century, there were theoreticians, there were painters, there were artists that were experimenting with new configurations of art, especially in the visual arts too, in painting. They didn't try to paint the world as it was anymore. With things like the Impressionists, they really experimented with light and color and movement and abstractionism. The expressionists of the 20s, 30s, and 40s really were very adventurous with shape and structure. A picture of a house wasn't just the picture of the house the way you would see it in real life. It was intersecting lines and shapes and dimensions. So this sort of thing was also happening in music as well. And a a large part of it was happening with new technologies. So at that time in let's say the 20s, 30s, and 40s, radio was coming into existence. Music was heard over the radio. There were records. So people would listen to phonographic records, which were documents of recorded music. But up to that point, recordings were for documentation purposes. They were for preserving performances that had already happened. So you didn't have to be at a concert live anymore. You could listen to recorded music. Or you could listen to a performance or recording that was happening thousands of miles away on the radio. And at one point, composers, who are typically individuals who try and think of new ways of putting things together and are looking for new experiences in art, new ways to express themselves in art, got their hands on this technology for recording sounds. And what they tried to do was actually make music out of recordings. And this was a brand new idea. No one had ever thought to take recorded sounds and try and make music that you would listen to out of it. I guess it seems kind of obvious at this point, but if you could imagine that being a really new, strange thing that most concert audiences rejected totally, and you had composers writing lots of papers and giving speeches, defending electronic music as a legitimate form of music. I just find that a really interesting place for music, and these sorts of experiments that they did are exciting to me still, even though they're 78, close to 100 years old at this point. Yeah, we're getting there, 100 years. Let me go into my slideshow here. So, oops. You know what? I need co-hosting privileges, I think, to share my screen. I'm sorry, I didn't ask for it earlier. If somebody's there, Ben needs co-hosting abilities, please. Until someone sees that.
I would do it for you, Ben, but I can't do that.
Oh no! All you can do is shoot the flare gun, just like me, and hope someone sees us. Well, I'll just keep talking. Hopefully the sound of my droning voice doesn't put everyone into a computer screen coma. So what I'm talking about is a movement in music. You could say it's a style in music, or it's a technique called musique concrète. M-U-S-I-Q-U-E. I'm going to try not to mess up my French. Yes, it is French. And yes, you just came from French class, so you should know this. No, I'm just kidding. Maybe if you sang it, it might stick in your ear. Musique concrète. So music, obviously. Musique, obviously music. Concrete is pretty much concrete. It means concrete sounds. And I guess I'll just have to start reading my slideshow. It came out of France, obviously, with that title, though there were some other early experimenters in this. And what they did was they took recorded sounds, field recordings, essentially field recordings like what you're doing in these projects, and they manipulated them in electronic music studios. And these studios were really not very sophisticated. Mostly what they had was discarded World War II equipment. They had radio stations as well. So they had very primitive technologies there. They could they could maybe record like one track of sound. So you know how you're in these band lab working with multiple tracks. They had one or two tracks to work with. So these early pieces are very sparse, and the experiments they were doing were unheard of at the time. Essentially, the kinds of things that you've done so far in this project were things they had to discover and invent. And it takes a certain kind of creativity and adventurousness to want to do that and show it to people. If you could imagine trying to get a concert-going audience who's used to listening to Beethoven hear your sounds of children's toys as music. Even now, people would probably scoff at that. But all of this ultimately led to most of the music we have today in popular music. If it's not rock, things that use electronic sounds like like electronic dance music that I was thinking of with Daft Punk, anything with synthesizers. Why don't I text Elizabeth? That's what I should do.
Yeah, I actually just texted Caroline.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hip hop, this idea of sampling, that's the basis of hip hop and Jamaican dancehall music. This whole notion of sampling sounds and rapping or DJing over them came out of these studios in Europe and experiments in Jamaica and in Egypt as well. So my idea here is to give you some historical background on where all of this came from, and to show you the kinds of things I'm looking for you to try out with the second project. So the second project is going to involve taking recordings on your handheld field recorder, your voice recorder, of sounds around your house. I'll show you the document for it after the break, because I still have some formatting to do on it and put some dates in. But basically, I want you to go into the different rooms of your house and look for interesting sounds. And some of the clips I'll show you today, when I get co-hosting privileges, will give you some ideas for things you can do. I don't want you to just point the microphone at the sink. I'd like you to be a little more of a participant in it. So rather than pointing it at the sink, can you take a fork and play the dirty dishes in the sink and record that? What is the sound of a dirty dish compared to a clean dish? Okay, yeah, that's good. Let me download it real quick. Oh, you know what, Garrett? It's on the module for week 3 in the B group, I believe. It would say musique concrète presentation. So yeah, I'm calling this one domestic sounds, as in just sounds around your house. But can you find interesting sounds? Can you make interesting sounds out of the things you find? Oh, I'm co-host. Woo! Just in the nick of time.
And I almost found it.
I know, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
No, I forgot to ask. I'm usually pretty good at asking, but
All right, there you go.
it's fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just in the nick of time. Although Garrett was my hero there. Present. Let me make sure the chat is up. Boy, Zoom just irritates me sometimes. The way the things disappear and I just hover and hover till things show up. Okay. Here's that strange phrase again in French. Musique concrète. With my wonderful high school level French accent you're hearing right there. If you do need help with pronunciation, I might be able to help you with some things if you ever get stuck. I might not either, though. I'm pretty rusty. Certainly don't ask me to hold a conversation, because all I say is, je parle en français un peu, un peu. So, indeterminacy. What is that long, boring-looking word? And why am I bringing it up now? So before electronic music, or maybe at the same time as the beginning of this musique concrète, composers experimenting with recorded sounds, there was an idea in the music world, the art music world, the concert music world, the world of Beethoven and such, but not Beethoven because we're talking the 20th century. So composers that were alive in the 20th century were really interested in exploring unpredictability in music and giving performers agency in their music, performers choice of how long things should happen for, choices of instrumentation, choices of essentially the way the piece was going to happen. And composers found a lot of freedom in giving up decision making, but setting up sort of a game, you could say, a game or a system of procedures where the performers would follow some basic rules and the piece would be whatever the performers chose. And I'll show you some examples of what that sounds like and some pictures of scores. So the definition of indeterminacy, so determinate would be determinate. Things, it's hard to define a word. You can't use a word to define itself. Determinate, you know when it's going to happen. Everything is determined. There are no questions. This will happen at this time, and all of these things are figured out. I need a better definition of determinacy. So indeterminacy would be defined as any process whose outcome is unpredictable in regard to one or more of its parameters. So again, do we remember what parameters are? Karina, Juana, Lily, Manuela. Parameters in music. So if you remember that presentation I gave for the first project on soundscapes, we talked about those parts of music, the elements of music that make up what music is. You could replace parameters with elements even too. So we know that we have pitch, that's one. Rhythm. Timbre was one, the quality of a sound, the nature of a sound, the soundliness of a sound. Duration, so the length of things. Those are basic parameters. And in indeterminate music, or unpredictable music, you could say, chance was something that was an element for making decisions about parameters. It wasn't an element. It was a tool. Chance was a tool for making decisions about these parameters. The composer didn't have to specify what notes were happening then. In fact, they wanted the piece to be different every time, maybe. And they wanted the performer, as they read the score, to decide what notes are happening. Or they wanted the process of the piece to determine its own duration. Maybe it's a different length of time every time. They wanted the form of the piece to be something that they could never think of. And that was something really useful in this movement, was that it pushed composers to allow for chance to sort of take the reins in decision making, and the material, the system that they set up would determine what the piece was. Some examples of that I'll show. One is called Mozart's Dice Game. And this was something that is just a game. It was sort of a party game. If you could imagine Before any media, television, or anything, if you were of a certain class in Europe, although I would say maybe even middle class folks would play this, but I could imagine a lot of European aristocracy parties where they have a clavichord or a piano sitting around. You could roll dice, and a key would sort of create a piece for you. It would be a very to our ears now. I mean, if you hear this in this next example I'll show you, it sounds like a piece of music that someone would write. But the cool thing is that dice would determine the sequence of these notes. And that is an example of indeterminacy in music and letting the system decide what the piece is. There's some examples from John Cage, who's a famous 20th century American composer. There's Lutoslawski, who's a Russian composer, and there's an example of Morton Feldman, another American composer. Let's look at this Mozart piece real quick. What you're seeing here are these numbered bars of music. Dun 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 dun. So you don't read it this way. This is not the way that it's read. But these are little parts, and you'd roll a die. You'd roll 2 die, and you'd add the numbers together or multiply them. I can't quite remember, but in this little key, it would tell you in this table of music where to go. Like you could see 22, so you'd go to 22 and you say, all right, we've got this set of notes, these 3 notes here with the bass part happening too. And you'd roll again and you'd pick from this other group. 71, so then you'd turn the pages to number 71. And then you would have, you would build up a sequence of bars here, and it would create a piece of music for you. And it would be different every time because each one of these is different. And I'll just play you a short example of that. So it's very tonal. It's rhythmically pretty consistent and regular. There's a pulse to it. It doesn't sound too odd for being something that's being chosen by dice. And that's just the way that Mozart constructed it. Wish I could figure out a way to stop that. Here's another example. So here's that piece by John Cage. And if you notice, yeah, okay, there's all these rhythms here. That looks pretty normal. 4 beats per bar. It's not really important to be able to read the score. But what you will notice that's interesting is it says player 1, player 2, player 3, player 4. And it doesn't say instruments. So what John Cage did in this piece was he asked the performers to decide what the instruments are. So he's keeping the parameter of rhythm and time, but he's giving up the parameter of timbre and maybe pitch by allowing the performers to choose what instruments are playing these rhythms. So that's a form of indeterminacy. Another form here is a very creative graphic score. You'll notice there's no traditional music notes here. It's like, how the heck do we read this? Look at these shapes. Like, what do you even do? It's been a while since I've looked at this piece, so I've forgotten. But I know a percussion piece of his pretty well to tell you that these shapes designate what notes are to be played for how long. If you look at the length of these boxes, they sort of happen at the same time. You'll see you have a piano, a cello, a violin, trumpet, and flute. So unlike the John Cage piece, where the instruments are up to the performers, he's designated actual specific instruments to play these things, but he allows them to choose their own pitches, like the cage piece, but they have much more freedom in the length of things, the length of notes. Certainly, there are things that need to happen in coordination with one another, like this one note here needs to happen with these 5 notes at some certain point in the length of these 5 notes ringing out. It's not too important that you be able to decipher this right now, but it is a good example of someone giving up determinacy in music for chance and randomness. But it's kind of a controlled randomness. Here's an even more controlled kind of randomness. The occurrence of these things is not very specific. So all of these flutes have these specific notes, but then they're told to just repeat it for a while. And then these other instruments are just told to enter at unspecific moments. I mean, they obviously are kind of staggered in the way that they come in, I think. But the way that they happen in time simultaneously is not as important as them just happening at some point together. Let me just play a little bit of what that sounds like at the beginning. Whoop, it's going to be loud. Bum, 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 bum. So there are all those flutes. So here are those other things entering. Wow, so they sound kind of out of sync. And that's something that he wanted. He wanted a sort of out of syncness. And he got that by just telling them to repeat and sort of enter at a certain area. Not to enter at a specific time, but to sort of start happening over one another, generally in this kind of way, so that it would create an out of syncness. So he has a specificity of pitch, sort of rhythm, on a very local level, like the performer's own sort of rhythm. But the rhythms that the instrument groups make together are not as important. He's giving that up to chance. Oh, come on. There we go. We'll skip the Xenakis right now. No, actually, we won't skip the Xenakis. I'll just play less of it than I did last time. So here's an example of a composer who is interested in, well, he was an architect first, and then he decided to be a music composer. And when he started showing his pieces in concerts in Europe, he's Greek. His name is Ioannis Xenakis. He's got a really cool name, Xenakis. A lot of concert-going art music world was like, this is not music. Even the composers who were really adventurous and made all sorts of weird experimental music thought, I don't know about this. These are science experiments. These are not music pieces. But I find them to be really interesting explorations of sound. Maybe not traditional things like melody. He's not making tuneful music. He's making sound constructions. I think of them as sort of buildings in a real architectural sense. Like, what is the architecture of this piece? What is this space, this sound space that he's making? And how is it built? What is it made up of? So if you see in this kind of graphic score, he's telling these strings to slide up. And then stop at a certain point. And then they make this huge block of sound. They make this giant chord. But it's not important exactly what kind of chord it is. It's a chord that maybe you would never be able to play on a piano. And that's what he's going for. He wants it to be a chord that couldn't be played on the piano. And he's doing this by giving up, a specificity for where the performer stops playing on the instrument. Or here later, he wants the performers to sort of create this single texture that is intentionally not fitting together. Yes, I'm used to hearing that. And a large part of why that's scary is because movies have trained us to hear this music as horror music. And I won't deny that it's really good at conveying spookiness or horror or tension, because I think these types of sounds do have a certain tension to them, and I think biologically maybe we have this sort of reaction of uncomfortableness to it. But I also think that you can loosen that association that you have. And certainly when I first encountered this stuff in music school, I thought it was total nonsense and really weird and sounded like scary horror movie music until I listened to it enough in a different context, in the context of trying to understand sonically what these people were going for. That this sort of movie associations of it being horror, scary sounds sort of melted away, and I could really hear what the composer was trying to go for. A lot of this music, when it was written, that wasn't a thing. Movies didn't have this kind of music to it. It was only in the mid 20th century that movie composers started borrowing from this music to put it into Hitchcock movies and things like that. Bernard Herrmann, the music composer for Alfred Hitchcock movies, learned a lot from these guys, and he stole a lot of what they did and put it in movies to great success. And he's really good at it. I'm not going to deny. So is Morricone. Like I like that stuff. But it sounds. I just like to point out to anyone that says it sounds scary. Is it inherently doesn't have to. It can be something that you listen to for expressive purposes other than being scary. And I think that's worthwhile because it enlarges your scope of what's possible for music. I'm not telling you have to like it. And even in fact, liking it doesn't really mean a whole lot to me for this, because you can like and dislike lots of things and tastes change. But can you get something meaningful out of it, even if you don't like it? I think that's a really important skill to have even beyond music, like in your everyday life? Can you find something meaningful out of things that you don't like? And you could also think about this as sort of exercises for that sometimes too. But I won't belabor that point too far. So back to this music concrete. So why was I going over all that weird orchestral music? That sounds like nonsense. I mean, I could play you a lot weirder stuff, and I have to resist the urge to do that because it's not very useful. It's just things that I like. Music concrete. So this is connected to that. It comes out of that world of orchestral music, of indeterminacy, because there wasn't a whole lot of control with this in the beginning. You were kind of subject to what was on the recording, and what's included in these recordings are typically things from outside of music, things from the everyday world. So sounds of trains, sounds of, well, you've done this first project. Sounds from the environment have, like we talked about in the previous lecture, really complex rhythms that are very hard to write down. And there are people who are good at writing down the rhythms of bird songs and stuff. But you can't exactly work with them the same way you work with a drum set, because they have their own kind of complex rhythm to them. So you don't have that control like you do with writing down notes on music notation or recording songs in familiar rhythms with familiar notes and familiar chords. So you're working with environmental sounds, human-made sounds, traditional and non-traditional instruments that don't conform to traditional music. So you have to allow for a little bit of this rhythm, a little bit of this unpredictability in early electronic music, in music concrete. And a lot of this, I don't know if it's important to talk about. There's something that the guy who developed this called acousmatic listening. And that is listening to sounds in which the source, the thing that made the sound, is not present. And that was a new idea at that time. You might be thinking, like, what the heck does that even mean? Well, the thing that's making the sound, it's not important that it's the sound of trains, but you're listening to the sound in and of itself. It's not important that it's the sound of the forest, because we're listening to the contours of the way birds are singing. It's not important that they're birds, but maybe we're transforming the sounds of birds into rhythms. And I'll elaborate on that more and make that more clear. And there's some clips that will help us in that. Let me show you a quick example, a modern example of something you're already used to, and that's sampling. It's more conventional in its use of rhythm and time than most of the music concrete that I'll show you, but you will see its direct connection to the things that came before it. So not a lot, you could say, of indeterminacy, at least that I can perceive. It seems like it's very well controlled and well constructed, because it, number one, is a very irregular rhythm, which I enjoy. And two, you could hear the way he's clipped these voice sounds to act like percussion. And that's something that comes directly out of the sampling culture. Hip hop really advanced sampling towards hip hop. It became hip hop. And that's really influential in a lot of, current electronic music. But but also you'll see how this is very much like musique concrète in the way that it's made. In that he borrowed sounds that are not musical sounds and is using them for music effects, using them to music effect. The sound of a voice is now a hi-hat, maybe kind of a hi-hat sound. This kind of breath sound is some sort of rhythmic noise. And if we're thinking about acousmatic listening, where the source of the sound is not important, it's not important that it's a voice, because the piece is not really about voices. Those sounds are now just musical sounds. So I'm sure Tyler, the creator, does this sort of stuff. I know some of his music because I'm a Frank Ocean fan, but I wouldn't be surprised to hear that he has, all sorts of non-musical sounds as beats and stuff like that. So this guy, Pierre Schaeffer, this is the French guy that I'm talking about. I've not said his name so far, but he is the guy who came up with this concept of musique concrète that he calls concrete music. And this wonderful Australian electronic music guy from the university there will tell us about him in this informative video.
Music revolutionaries. Hi, welcome to Music Revolutionaries. The technology for recording sound certainly started a revolution in the way we listen to music. For a long time, though, it stopped there. No one thought of recording as a way to make music. That is, until our next musical revolutionary came along. Pierre Schaeffer was an engineer, composer, theorist, philosopher, and novelist. In the late 1940s, he was working at the studios of Radio France in Paris, which of course had a lot of audio equipment and a sound library. It was there that Schaeffer conceived of a revolutionary idea, to make music using audio recordings. This required a fundamental rethinking of what recording was about. Previously, it was for archiving, preserving, distributing. Now recording was to become a means of making music, more or less a complete reversal of previous conceptions of the purpose of recording. So this revolution was a full 180-degree turn.
So that's what I was talking about earlier when he says the reversal of the conception of recording. By that he means recording was for documentary purposes. It was to document and save performances of music. That was recording's initial purpose. It was a very practical thing, like saving photographs, like taking pictures, documents, events that happened. Recording was for documenting music and keeping it around, because people die and all we have are the traces of their existence in recordings and photos. But this idea of using recording to make music was this thing no one had thought to do, really, until he popularized it.
It's not the only example of its kind. For instance, the turntable, originally intended for playing back music, became an instrument for performing music in the hands of hip-hop and scratch artists. In the late 1940s, reel-to-reel tape was not yet widely available, so Pierre Schaeffer set out with a disc recorder to record sounds around Paris. Using sounds he collected and sounds from the radio station's library, Schaeffer assembled the first pieces of what he called musique concrète, or concrete music. Now, there's no actual concrete in Pierre Schaeffer's music, though I guess one could make music by hitting, drilling, or otherwise producing sounds from concrete. What Schaeffer meant was that the music was made by collecting actual sounds and then treating them in somewhat abstract way. Unlike a song or a symphony, which can exist in the form of a musical score, there is no musique concrète that exists apart from the sounds from which it is made and the recordings. In his early pieces, which he called noise studies, The sounds are as diverse as railway locomotives, a barge on the River Seine, coffee can rolling around on a table, Balinese chanting, a piano, someone coughing, someone speaking with the recording reversed. Now, if you make a piece of music out of the sounds of trains, you might reasonably conclude that it is a piece about trains. If you make a piece of music out of sounds recorded in your kitchen, you might think that it's a piece about cooking or food or something like that. But if you make a piece of music out of a coffee tin, Balinese chanting, a barge and coughing, what on earth is that about? For Schaeffer, the music he was making wasn't about any of these things. It was about sound. So his study, made from the sounds of locomotives, isn't a piece about trains or travelling on a railway, but it's about listening to these sounds in an entirely new way, separated from the context in which they were produced. Schaeffer used a word to describe this, acousmatic.
So, oh man, why does it do that? It did that last time. Stop doing that to me.
Schaeffer's musique concrète was made up of sounds that he called sound objects.
Oh, that's great. That's right where we were. I think that's really important here. So a piece with the sounds of trains doesn't have to be a piece about trains. It's a piece about listening. It's a piece about exploring sound. And I encourage you to think about that too. Hold that in your mind as you listen to the recordings that you make and the pieces that you make. You don't have to mimic or recreate the outside world. You can be putting sounds together because you like the way they sound. I mean, maybe this is totally obvious to anyone, but I feel like, especially in the soundscape concept, we don't have to preserve the world as we've documented it. We can be creative agents and do what we want with these sounds and combine them in interesting ways that bring out who we are as individual creative people. And that, is one of the functions and purposes of art is to see the world in a different way and show the rest of the world how we see it.
Schaeffer's musique concrète was made up of sounds that he called sound objects. And he also introduced another term, sample. In French, that's prélèvement. Sample is a word with several meanings, like a blood sample or a sample of cloth or some other product. In audio terms, a sample is an example of a sound produced by some source and recorded, whether it's a musical instrument or the sound of an onion being chopped. Once a sample has been recorded, it can be manipulated in many different ways, and that's exactly what Pierre Schaeffer did. He reversed sounds, slowed them down, sped them up, chopped parts off them. In many cases, the source of the sound becomes unrecognizable, but that doesn't matter, because the music is about the sounds themselves, not who or what made them. At first, making musique concrète using disc recorders was extremely cumbersome and resulted in ever-decreasing quality of recorded sound. Nonetheless, Schaeffer invented techniques that are still with us today, like the locked groove, a circular groove on a disc that created what we would now call a loop. The arrival of magnetic tape changed things considerably, opened up new possibilities. Tape could be cut and spliced easily and in a large variety of different ways. American composer John Cage's tape piece, Williams Mix, has a large variety of different tape splices of different shapes, producing a bewildering variety of different effects. John Cage was just one of many composers in the 1950s through the 1970s who experimented with the techniques of musique concrète. Not all of them were as determined as Schaeffer to be abstract in their approach. Some of the classics of the genre quite deliberately make use of references to the real world to convey something beyond a purely abstract message about sound. These include Poème électronique by Edgar Varèse.
It's not terribly important that we go through all of those examples, because I have some of my own. But I think sampling is pretty common amongst most music listeners these days. It's so common that it's almost taken for granted at this point. A lot of songs are made from samples, and it comes from this. Let's hear a bit of this Pierre Schaeffer's music. His first musique concrète piece is called Étude de bruit. See, my pronunciation's not good anymore. Bruit.
Bruit. Like bruise almost, but
Yeah,
you just say bruit.
Blue. And you don't pronounce the I, T, and the S? I just can't remember.
Nope.
Yeah, blue. And that means song of noises. And I'll show you two short pieces here. Song, toys and percussion, and a piece that is piano recordings. So let's see. There's this one. It may sound like, not a lot is going on. Well, there's a lot going on. I could imagine, it's like, how do I follow that? What's musically useful about that? I'll let that question sit. 8:12. So I just want to go back to this real quick. After playing that and play this again. So, I mean, that has, you know, a whole 50, 80 years or something on the music that first music concrete piece. But I hear in the construction of these things a big similarity. And I wonder if you do too, and what you think of that. But I like Christina's answer. Yeah, it creates a mood. It's not made to dance to. So obviously you're not listening for you know, a steady rhythm in the Schaefer. Can you hear the transformations and the effects that he's doing to these things? He's cutting these segments together. These kind of what I'd say are oppositions or juxtapositions of sounds. They're not really happening simultaneously that much, but he's putting these very different things next to each other, and you can hear him speeding them up, slowing them down, putting them into little loops. It certainly doesn't have familiar rhythms and things like that. But what really stands out to me in the, specifically in the toy one, is just the difference in all of these kinds of sounds. They're not sort of erased by a repeating rhythm. They're not reduced to just a repetitive, regular rhythm. The sort of uniqueness, the characteristics of each of the sounds is really brought up by placing them immediately next to each other in this sort of unpredictable way. So how is this actually done? Schaefer, when he first started, they didn't have tape. They didn't have, so if you're familiar with, one second. With cassettes, and I'm showing this on my screen if you can see it. Carnatic, I have a tape of Indian Carnatic music, but this was what this guy's about to show in this recording. But I don't have my vinyl record around. But before they had tape, they had vinyl records that were made out of petroleum, made out of oil. And how that works is that a needle carves the sound into it, and when you play it back with another kind of needle, it will play the sound that's been recorded onto the material. It's kind of a magic that I don't really understand. It's amazing. And similarly, so sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself here. Schaefer would take the records and break them into pieces and then glue them together. And then it'd have a needle, like, play them. This is one of the things he tried. And it would skip to, like, different parts of the music. He would also do something that the Australian guy mentioned there called lock grooves. What you do is you cut into the record so that as the record's going around, the needle, so when the record plays, the needle moves further and further into the middle as it plays. It follows the groove into the middle. And if you get to the end of the record, you can cut it so it will jump back and play the same thing. And that is the invention of loops, if you can believe it. That's where loops came from. And then came along magnetic tape, which is magnetized tape, plastic, probably comes from oil too. And it's magnetized with these heads that record the sounds. Don't ask me how that works either. I don't understand it either. It's magic to me. But it records the sound onto this material, and another type of magnetic head can read it off it and play it out as sound. How wild. Who figured that out? It blows my mind. So what they would do is they, on much larger versions of this, called, this is, 8th inch, 16th inch, 1/16th inch tape, but there are much larger versions. There are 1/2 inch, 1 inch, 2 inch tapes that are much higher in quality than cassettes. Cassettes is kind of like the lowest, actually maybe 8 tracks are, if you've ever heard of that. You can do the same things that I'm about to show you in this clip as with cassettes that you can with any of this, because it's all just tape. And what we're doing in these projects too is analogous, is the digital version of what they do here, where you're cutting tape, you're flipping tape around. If you're ever curious, you could probably look it up online. And at Evergreen, when I was a student there, I had an independent project, or one of my final projects with a group was where we took apart cassettes and we took all the tape out and we did all of these tape effects and made, you got to get Scotch tape and work with this tiny, tiny tape. It is so tedious, but it's really fun because you could play these little interesting loops that you would make. And we do all sorts of effects with the tape and turn it around and reverse it. I'm just showing you, there's 3 different mediums in which this is happening. And the work that we're doing in these projects is the same stuff. There's a lot more. There's better technologies that do even more advanced things. But in general, what we're doing in here are these sorts of things. And what this video shows are certain effects that I want you to try in this second project.
The arrival of tape recorders meant even the most basic sounds could be transformed. Experimenting with music was no longer the monopoly of the imaginative musician. Even the earliest of tape recorders could manage quite happily the faithful reproduction of 3 notes twanged on the piano. It was the possibilities for unfaithful reproduction which also caused excitement. On this length of tape are those same 3
unfaithful reproduction, he means what he's about to show you, where he manipulates tape. He takes a sound that has been recorded and he augments it in ways that are musically interesting. So he's not playing what you have originally recorded. He's manipulating it in ways that are musically interesting, like I said.
If I wind this piece of tape through the machine by hand, at a speed which isn't constant and in a direction which is forever changing, those 3 twangs become a collection of quite different sounds.
So that's cool. It might be a little hard to tell what the heck he's doing, but he's basically moving the tape here across the tape head and speeding up and slowing down the sound at what he says is a rate that's not constant. So if you could imagine a fast forward and reverse that happens in a very irregular sort of way, that's what he's doing there. He's speeding it up and slowing it down in very irregular ways. It's as if you were talking and you're talking really fast and you're talking slow and then you're talking really slow and you're talking fast and then you're talking slow. So as if, you get a really warbly VHS tape, if any of you play VHS tapes. Digital media has really changed those kind of quirks with analog that you'd get with analog naturally. There's different ones, of course.
In fact, if we re-recorded this performance on another machine, I might end up with a sonata for 3 notes and tape recorder. And I wouldn't be the first. But let's take this creativity a stage further. Let's find the start. of the last note. There it is. I'll cut the tape there. Now I can take the end note, turn it the other way round, and put it back, ready to join up. So, what have we got now? Our first two notes are still the right way round, producing a boing sound with a quick start and a slow finish, or what musicians call sharp attack, gentle decay. But now we've turned the last note the wrong way round. We've got the decay first. Now it's become a
Oh, I cannot touch that play button. It will ruin me. There we go.
Sharp attack, gentle decay. But now we've turned the last note the wrong way round. We've got the decay first. Now it's become a
So
sound.
what he's talking about there is a technique that is extremely common now, especially in movie scores, but also in a lot of dance music and rock music. It's sort of its own thing now, and you don't even realize it. So in, you'd say, the anatomy of sound, there's something called attack, sustain, decay, release. And these are the moments in time that a waveform goes through, that any sound you hear goes through. So attack is the initial moment that the sound begins. So in the attack of this sort of sound, it's a very sudden one, and the middle part of the sound, the sustain and decay, are very short. So it's sort of over. But if I did this, that is the same attack, the same amount of time for the note to start, but a very long decay, if you heard. So rather than bung, you could say the sound ended within 1 second. This one took 6 seconds, 7, 8. I can't tell you, my sense of time is my own, like I said. But so the shape of the sound is much longer as it slowly fades away into silence. So people that work in sound are very familiar with this terminology of attack, sustain, and decay. And it's essentially, you could think of it as the beginning, the middle, and the end. So how a sound starts, how a sound finishes and decays back into silence. And there are also other types of attacks that take a long time too. Usually that's called something like a swell. If I could think of one right now, I can't. But so the point that he's making here is that he's artificially changing the way that the waveform happens. So if you could imagine this one that I let decay or fade away for a long time, if I could record the sound and then reverse it, what you would hear is and you'd hear the attack at the end. You'd hear it swell from silence. And that is a really familiar sound, I think, in a lot of music, particularly with drum sounds and cymbals, reversing a cymbal so it crescendos into this boom, into this attack. That's a technique, that's a sound that came from these electronic studio experiments.
And if I finish the joins here, it should sound something like this. Crude stuff, you're probably thinking, but to some people, the possibilities of doctoring natural sound using the new magnetic tape became an obsession. In 1958, a reluctant BBC was forced to allow a tiny group of enthusiasts to get some gear out of redundant stores and establish itself here in 2 rooms in London's Maida Vale. The Doctor Who theme, just one of thousands of signature tunes, special effects and pieces of background music created by the Radiophonics Workshop since 1958. At this time, all over Europe, it was fashionable to make music out of the most unlikely things. An old lampshade, an empty tin can. Anything that could make a sound could be doctored by the tape recorder. What have we got here? Box of gravel. Beautiful, beautiful. Something else? Heaven knows what this is. That makes a good noise. We need a basic rhythm, don't we? Or how about something as mundane as a metronome? That should keep things going. What else could we use? One defunct alarm clock. Got to have possibilities in it somewhere. Now add all these bits together on a tape recorder. Play some of them backwards, some of them forwards, some at the wrong speed, and this is what you end up with. Take one cash register, give its sound a similar treatment, and you have an ironic comment about Christmas spending. By playing around with tape, almost anything can become musical.
Yeah, so I think that's sort of a good introduction to the kinds of manipulations you can do with the sounds. You can, like he showed, reverse them. You can splice them, which is something that we've already seen in these band lab projects where we can shorten the audio file or we can cut into it. Actually, what I did last time was, oh, let me out. Let me out of here. Here, so I have this open. Lovely. This very like basic thing in this digital editing program had to be done by hand on tape. Right here, if you look at this, slice, they call it slice here. But remember how he showed the tape and he cut it on that little metal platform? You would be doing this if you were working with audio tape. This same idea. And with this sound here, let's solo this sound. Let's bring it over from just the right channel. We've got that little bird sound and the sound of, I guess, my hand on the recording. And the same thing he did where he took it and he flipped it over and reversed it, we could do that here with this piece if I can successfully do that. If you look down in the left corner here, let me get the downloads thing out of the way. There's something called FX. FX effects. It's kind of redundant. FX effects. It's like saying effects. I don't know. But I have this little clip highlighted. I actually haven't tried this. So we'll see. It's editor. If you go into editor, you can just click this handy button called reverse. There it goes. Ooh, now that is cool. How can I get rid of that? Oh, look. Usually on these little programs, if you are working down in this corner, you get a little close-up view, just in case you didn't know. So you can do some really fine tuning down here. Let's take this. Let's copy and paste it a few times so we can hear this in a succession. Since it's such a short sound, we'll just leave it like that. We won't move anything over. Interesting. So you can see how quickly and easily an everyday sound, just by reversing it, becomes something else entirely. And it's not important that that's the sound of a bird anymore, because now it's the sound of this, well, I don't know what that is. Is it a laser? Some other kind of strange creature? And that's where it can get really fun with this sort of stuff, is you can create this whole unique little world of sounds sounds from the outside world that are complex and interesting and unique to music. And by manipulating them, you can take them even further. Just head back to the presentation real quick and see what the next slide is. The Stockhausen, I'm going to skip that for now. What is relevant is, if you remember last time we listened to the rain piece, not last time, but the last time we had sound art class by Hildegard Westerkamp. If you remember that piece with all the different ways that rain falls and different rhythms. Oh gosh, come on, zoom the chat. Please give me the chat. There we are. I think it's useful to see what she says about how she approaches her work. And then I'd like to take, the remaining time here to just listen to one of her pieces and point out not all of it because it's rather long, but we'll just listen to a few minutes of it and talk about it. Okay, there's always some sort of intro on these videos.
My music is usually very much about a place or a situation. So if
I can't remember if it's this group or the other group. Notice how she calls it music. I've been describing these things as soundscapes, and even in the first class, someone said, "Well, is this music? Are we doing music, or what are we doing?" I use them interchangeably sometimes. I think soundscape sort of gets sort of diminished. It's just a soundscape. It's just a sort of environmental sounds to soothe you. I think that's really unfair to the idea of soundscape, because sound is there to be listened to, whether it's the environment or it's a piece of music. And the thing that R. Murray Schafer talked about in the little clip I showed you, where he's walking outside in the snow, he says, why can't we listen to the environment as a piece of music? With that kind of care and intentionality that we give to music listening, let's give it to the environment. And for him, it has just as much political kind of implications. And for her too, for this woman here, Westerkamp. so she calls her work music, and I think it's totally fine to think of what we're doing as music. It doesn't behave like normal everyday music when you turn on the radio. It's not a song, and that's fine. There are lots of musics that aren't songs, and what is enriching and useful about listening to sounds as music is the question. That's kind of the umbrella we're underneath here in these projects. Sorry, just an aside there.
Travel and make recordings. Yes, very often I will create pieces from that, but it's not necessarily. It could be about a situation, about a political situation, an environmental situation as well. Sometimes I have a very clear idea and I go out recording for the composition. In the early days, I used to just go out and record, and then I would make a piece if I was excited by the recordings or by the situation that I had recorded. So it depends. Now that I have hundreds of recordings, often I will not just record, I will go out specifically for a piece. I take a very simple approach. I will have, in the early days I had analog recorders. Now I have a Zoom recorder with just a normal Zoom microphone. And
when she says Zoom recorder, she's not talking about the program that we're on right now. Zoom recorders are field recorders that came before this program, and they have the same name. So don't get confused.
Simply go out and move around in a way like a moving ear. The microphone is a moving ear. So I will be recording something, and if I hear something, the microphone will be directed towards what I hear. I may bring it very close to the sound. Say it's a river sound, water. I might want to move very, very close into the specific water sounds, or I may want to get a further away perspective of the river. It depends a lot on what I would like to get for a specific composition, or what I'm hearing at the moment and what attracts me. I was in India to give a workshop on soundscape and listening. And so when I was in India, I had no idea what I would do with it. I simply recorded all the exciting sounds in India. There was so much. And then I brought them back, and it took me some years to try to decide what to do with those pieces. And Into the Labyrinth was very much a piece about the memory of how traveling works in India. And to me, India was very much like a labyrinth, and you might have a destination, but you would never quite know how you would get there. There would be always a lot of things happening on the way, and you would be very happy when you arrived at the destination, but you would not know what was going to happen during the trip. I
want to play a little bit of that piece that she's talking about right there. She was doing lectures in India on soundscapes and listening, and she recorded all of the sounds that she had. And if you could imagine spending years working on pieces like this, that's what she does. That's what she does for a living. I really like the idea of these pieces being journeys, and that's something unique to what she does. Not necessarily what musique concrète is. It's not necessarily a journey. I mean, we're 90 years, 50, 60, 70, 70, 80 years from those experiments in musique concrète. So she's taking those ideas and is inventing her own way of implementing them, and she thinks of this piece in particular as a journey. And the other pieces I've heard of hers is I really enjoy listening to them because it is this kind of journey in sound. You're going places, and to be sitting in one place and to go somewhere in your mind, I think is just very cool. That you can have that experience of traveling, just by sitting and listening, I find pretty amazing, and how effective she is at that is impressive to me. So here is this. We'll just listen to a few minutes of it. And she says, I was taking, I was going on these journeys and not knowing what would happen along the way. So she's preserving this idea again of a kind of unpredictability and indeterminacy. Gotta charge my computer. I'm always doing that. One of these days it's gonna die. All right. She's preserving this idea of unpredictability in the composition of the piece for the listener. And it's very cool the way that she does that. I was talking and I was muted. Did anyone notice the sort of journey, the way it was going? Just in those first 3 minutes? Could you get a sense of traveling, not just because there were sounds of traveling, but just the way that she would sequence sounds and the way they sort of unfolded in front of you? What kinds of things did you hear? Yeah, singing. There were Indian classical instruments. Maybe sounds of construction. People banging on things. I'm thinking of this sort of sound. This. Maybe the sound of pickaxe on metal. There's music. Public music. Speaking. This train in particular, this moment I find really interesting because if you hear just right there, it starts as a train that sort of travels in the sound space. You can really hear it moving around. And that's an interesting thing she does, is she plays with this field of our hearing and puts sounds in particular places and has sounds moving from the left to your right ears, moving in front of you, literally. Well, not literally, but it's in the image of it in your mind as you listen. But the train, she does something where she manipulates that sound into a pitch where it becomes a musical note that's the same as the note that person on the sound of that Indian wind instrument is playing. And if we were to listen a little longer, there's also a singing voice, and they all are playing in the same key. So she takes these everyday sounds and also manipulates them into something more than they were. And if you even notice here right away, there's this sort of trickling sound. She's chattering, sort of, you could say ASMR kind of sounds that are moving around. So she very often combines the untouched recordings from the outside world, the untouched recordings, the field recordings that she has, and she combines them with manipulated sounds that she makes from these sounds. So there's always both of these things happening, and I encourage you to think about, keeping the original sounds that you find and then also including them along with transformed and manipulated and affected sounds. Try and put these things next to each other and let the listener enjoy the process of transformation that you're showing us, of the sound of the bird singing and then the sound of the bird along with the backwards bird. Maybe there's a conversation you're creating between the everyday sounds as we're used to them and the modified affected sounds. That's where we'll stop right now. Are there any questions? I think that's the first time I've asked that today. Anything that is unclear? Maybe especially questions I don't know the answer to. I enjoy those a lot. Practical questions, like when is the project due? I'd like the project 2, to be done. Today's the 9th. It might be a big ask, but next Tuesday, so the 13th, what I would like is to have those second projects done by then. I'm assigning this now because we need to get it assigned because we pushed back this project already. And our time is running out already, if you can believe it. Next week is week 4. Oh my gosh. So it looks like some of these assignments that I have planned will be condensed, but we'll worry about that later. The second project next Tuesday, which would mean that you'd be recording all of these sounds around your house this weekend. And I think you can do it. I think you've had some practice with the first one. Most of you who are completing the project are more than half, if not almost done. If you're not, get a move on with the first project if you want to turn it in. And maybe it'll be the case that we have one listening day. What I like to do typically is have each project, we listen to them together. But for the sake of time, maybe we'll condense that day into one day. So for the second project, try and get it done this weekend. After the break that we're about to take, I'll go over the assignment page. I'll show it to you and what I want out of this project. And then the third project will be less intensive. I'm not asking you to go out and collect more sounds unless you want to. I'd like you to combine the first and the second project into a third project. So you'll be taking both of them and putting them together, taking those sounds from each and making a new thing. Don't take the first project and just lay it over the second one. Take the sounds that you've collected, the outdoor sounds, the environmental sounds, the urban sounds, and combine them with the domestic sounds and make a new piece with all of those sounds now. That's just going ahead a little bit. But for the second project, sounds around your house. Each room in the house. That's the idea. Try and find several unique sounds from each room in the house. I'll let you ruminate on that. I'll let that stew and simmer while you have lunch. I'll show you a few more things. I'll show you some music from some of my undergraduates from Evergreen, and I will show you that you can do this too. And what you're doing is college level work, whether you realize it or not. This is advanced work in electronic music. So you can brag to your parents and your friends and your family that you are doing high-level work in the musical arts. But that is all for now. Let's go to lunch, and we'll come back at 1:47. Sound good?
Yeah, we'll see you guys at 1:47. That sounds great. Thank you, Ben. That was awesome.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Hey, Arado. Good to see
How you
you.
feeling, Ben? I miss you already. Next Monday or Tuesday.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
You'll be here to finish the play.
Oh, yo, I'm stoked. Yes, of course.
All right.
I'll be Trevor.
Well, I gotta go see Elizabeth because I have to go watch the other students with her. So I'll see you guys after lunch.
All right.
All right.
1:47.
Yep. Have a good lunch, everyone.
Bye. Hello. Thank you, Garrett. Again, yeah, like I said, my sense of time. Welcome back, everyone, or please come back. I mean, please make your way to the Zoom school classroom. Ding, 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 ding. I gotta find my bell, folks. It's so useful. Bring, bring. Passing period is over too. We need a pre getting back together passing period sort of thing. Time to leave lunch.
You could like find a video on YouTube or something and play the bell.
Yeah, we need that specific high school bell. I don't know about you, but I had this like horrible digital bell. It wasn't a ringing. It was like. It was very unpleasant. I think it served its function. It worked. Juana, Lily, Chrissy are here. I know we had one more at the start of class, but I missed who that was. Can't remember. Lily, Chrissy. There was one more. I'm almost sure of it, but I could be wrong. Well, that's all four. Cool. So this next hour, I think what I want to do is talk a little bit more about this and show the project and show the description of the project. Is that cool? Or we could probably finish Act 3 of Raisin in the Sun. And it's kind of fine if we do that too, if everyone wants to do that. Or should we listen to some more pieces and talk about this? It's sort of, up to you guys if you wanted to do it. Because we have time to read it on Tuesday as well, after listening to the projects. Well, if you're very passionate about reading Act 3, speak up. But before we even decide that, I'd like to look at the projects. Maybe we have some more submissions. If we don't, we'll just listen to Lily's. I'm just curious to see the first one out of the gate. Read. We have 2 for read.
I submitted mine. I got it over a minute, like a minute and 9 seconds.
Amazing. Wait, so okay, here's what we should do. Thank you for getting that in. Let's listen. Okay, everyone wants to read. All right, we've had enough listening. I understand. It's easy to wear your ears out, and I showed you a lot. And you're probably like, all right, this is enough. You're tapping out. Okay, so 3 out of the 4 are voting for read. So let's do that. Let's listen to Lily's and, well, I don't see Christina's popping up in the... Oh, I'm looking at... Yeah, this is Group A. It's Friday. I think it's Chrissy, did you post to the discussions your piece?
I don't think so.
Do you think you could get that up there?
I forgot how to do it.
I'll show you. So if you go to, I'll start from the home page. If you even go to the modules, if I was responsible and did my due diligence, I posted a link to it in the description for class. So Friday mixed down, so posted to the discussions and the assignments. I should have, oh no, that's fine. So discussions, this link here will take you to these links over here. It'll take you right to it. Yoink. Oh, but of course I linked you to the wrong one. Oh my God, I'm such a goof. A lot of good that did. Okay, so go to the discussions on the left-hand panel and you'll see Group A, Project 1. Click, and then you'll click Reply. And what you'll do is you'll attach a a sound file here. You'll upload it. You'll see the rocket ship. You can click on the rocket ship, and wherever your mixdown is saved from BandLab, you can just upload it right there. Let's check out Lily's. Okay, so I'm sharing audio. It's not ideal. What I've done in the music classes over Zoom that I've taught is everyone goes to the page and puts it on for themselves, and then we come back a minute later. Or, we all come back when it's over. That's the best sound quality. We could do that, or I could play it over screen share if not everyone is able to play it on their own device. So maybe they don't have headphones, or, well, no, that wouldn't be too much. Well, it would be ideal if you had headphones, but what do we feel like? Should I play it for everyone, or would we like to all click on it and the countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we all listen and then we speak after it's over? I'm fine with either, though the higher sound quality will be a better listening experience. Another vote. I put the vote out there. All right. I like it, Juana. Individual it is. We went with the first vote on that one. So what I'm going to do is, I'll stop sharing. We'll just count down. So everyone go to the discussions where it is, and go to the thread. And I'm going to count down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we'll all press play at the same time. We'll listen, and then when you're done, give a little thumbs up, or actually do the applause. That's what I'm a fan of. The applause in the corner. Yeah, you can do a visual applause if you're on camera, or a lot of my students like to put up their hands like it's an emoji. That was a thing we did. So whichever one. All right. Let's listen to Lily's piece here. 5, 4. Well, okay. Are we close? Is everyone at least to the discussion? The Canvas site up and everything. Some of you may not have it up. Does everyone know where it is, and are they there? Juana's there. Juana's on it. Karina, Christina, Lily, are you there? Are you at the thread with the sound file in front of you?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, I'm assuming most are done listening. That was awesome. Way to go, Lily. Very cool. Can you tell us a little bit about what you put together there, or what each separate track was? I mean, as far as I could tell, there was a track of walking, this kind of traveling on wood. There was these very close water sounds. There were these dogs barking in the distance. Was there anything else I was missing? There might have been some other sort of softer sounds.
There was like a quad in the background, and then there was
yeah.
when you cast your fishing pole.
That's what that was. I thought I heard that sound. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, because we have a lake by my house, so I went down there and I got some different sounds. And to make the water sound, I had to actually like get a stick and mess around with the water.
Yeah.
And then I got the dog sound because my dogs, they like to bark at everything. So when I was walking back, I got them doing that.
That was great. Really well done. And I especially liked the way that you placed it in the stereo field. It sort of, I mean, it really gave the impression that these dogs were barking at this thing, this bubbling water that was very close to you. And I like the way you opened it with this walking, and then this stuff happened in the middle with the water sounds really close, and then the walking away. It was nice. At least that was sort of the narrative that I built when I listened to it.
Yeah, I really wanted to make it sound like you're walking down to the lake and then walking back.
Yeah, yeah. Really well done. Awesome. Does anyone else have anything they noticed that they want to say? The last thing I noticed that I really liked about it is the variety of distances from the microphone that you gave. I think each sound had its own sort of distance from the microphone that I could notice. The really close sounds, the far away sounds. That was very well done. So, bravo! Great first project.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm eager to. Yeah, I think they were. Yeah, I liked how they were all connected. Yeah, I'm eager to see what you do with the second one now. I'll just read that real fast. The description of this next project. And then we will read Act 3. Domestic Sounds, Project 2. Due on Tuesday. Kind of a quick turnaround. We're shooting for it. If it's not coming together for you, let me know. For this project, I'd like you to create a new 1-minute piece in the BandLab editor using sounds you collect from around your house. In addition to layering interesting combinations of these housebound sounds, I'd like you to experiment with digital effects which will transform your sounds in musically interesting ways. What everyday and not so everyday sounds can you find within each room of your house? Can you find noisy metallic sounds in your garage or kitchen? Wooden sounds in your bedroom, bathroom, living room? I could elaborate on that. Tiny sounds in the living room, large sounds in the bathroom. Thin sounds, brittle sounds, quick sounds, slow sounds. How many different kinds of sounds can you find just from around your house? Think back to the effects which the early music concrete composers used with analog tape. This is for the digital effects. Splicing waveforms, and that includes rearranging the beginnings, middles, and endings of sounds. Reversing sounds, reverberation, delay, equalization of sounds, and that would be over in here. Let me show you a little bit of what I mean by that. Oh, that's not what we want. We don't want a preset. None. Get out of here. So remember, if you click on one of these and you go down to this little box is going to pop up. And here you can add an effect. And then this whole slew of things is going to show up. So there's delay right here. That's going to delay. That's the sound. So it's kind of like an echo. Distortion, so that adds noise to it. Dynamics. It looks like you have all of these fancy things that will either make the sound louder or softer. And those can be really helpful for very soft sounds. There's just some good old reverb. Make it echoey, but not like delay. Tone, I guess that would be here. So the graphic EQ, you see, I wish there was a way to make it loop. What's this? Cycle? Oh, that just cycles the whole thing. Oh, here we go. This is what I want. If you highlight right above here where the numbers are, and if you want to keep something going, you can press this cycle button and it will just play this red highlighted area here. So what I can do with these sounds, make sure you click on the sound file, add effect, EQ, graphic EQ. I can bring the very low frequencies out, the very high frequencies out. Can you hear the difference there? Yeah. The mid-range frequencies. I can take the highs and low and just have the mids. And see how it brings out certain qualities of the sound. It really dramatically changes the quality of the sound. You can even boost it. You can make this sound loud if you want. Boy, that's way louder than it ever was. But that's cool. But see how it's gone from just this simple bird call to this thing now. I don't know. this strange twiddling. So that's what I mean by equalizing. And so double click to bring it to this big screen. And this sort of thing of splicing beginnings and endings is a little tricky, and this program is not, really made for that, but it is still possible just by chopping up. Oh geez, no, that's not what I wanted. I want this guy here. So now I've just spliced off just the beginning of that sound, although it's backwards. What if I did something funny and I put the beginning at the end, but it's already backwards? What would that even be? I don't really know. And a lot of this is just messing around and seeing what happens. Ah, well now it's this. So doing that sort of thing, chopping up the waveform and recombining parts of it, that's a really fun thing that you can spend a long time doing, trust me. What if we took just that little part there? Oh, I gotta get this one. We took just here. We just wanted that. So we're gonna splice it. Let's bring it over. Oopsie. Where's the beginning? There it is. And what if we brought the end and put it at the beginning? I mean, you can always fine tune it. This is going to be kind of a quick and sloppy way. Come on, move closer. What would that sound like? Well, now I've made an entirely different curve to that sound. Now it's a new thing. And I could even keep it, so you can always pull it back out. So now I have that ending again. So now I have two endings, but one's at the beginning. Now it's this other sort of thing. And you can elaborate on this and do all sorts of things by extending. You create brand new sort of sounds out of just one thing. And I'll show you on Tuesday too, if we have time, some of my students' work, and you can see this zany ideas that they had with just a few sounds. All right, so let's do some reading here. Let's see how far we get in Act 3. There's only one scene. I put a new PDF up of it that I like a little better. It's just easier to read. And it's available in the modules here. Come on, I need the chat. There we go. Okay, so if we remember where we were in the film, Act 2, Scene 3, Bobo had shown up at the house and had told Walter that Willie had skipped town with the money. And this money that Bobo, Walter, and Willie had all gone in together on this business. Willie said he was going to go to Missouri to get this liquor license in this kind of under the table way. Like he was going to bribe someone for a liquor license. And it turns out that Willie took all the money and skipped town. And Mama didn't know that Walter had never put the money in the bank. He was supposed to save $3,000 for Bethina's med school, and the rest was for him. But he took all $6,500 and put it into this business deal. And it's just this heart-wrenching, dramatic. Why is it opening it in this? This is not what I want. This is not what I want. There we are. This is what I want. Whoa, that's big. Oh, sorry. Sorry, everyone. What page are we? 77. Okay, so we need Walter, Benitha, Asagai is here. I think that's just them in this scene. When new people pop in, so we need a Walter, Benitha, Asagai. Just put the name of who you want to be. And I'll, of course, do stage directions. All right. Lily is Benny. Chrissy is Asagai. Asagai. It's a hard one for me. Asagai. Asagai. Like in the movie.
Wait, who are the characters again?
So in this scene we have Walter, Benitha, Benny, and Asagai. Asagai.
I actually want to be Walter.
All right. Chrissy's Walter. So we need an Asagai. Juana or Karina?
Christina said she'd be a Ash guy, or sorry, was that just you, Christina? Did you change your mind?
Yeah, she just changed her mind to.
Oh, okay.
To Walter. Karina can't use her mic. Juana? Juana. Would you like to read, Juana? That would be Asagai. He's up first. Right there. Swoop. And then Garrett, maybe at some point, if someone else comes in, you could read with us too, if you want.
Yeah.
Great. All right. I will read stage directions. Oh, the words are blurry. I'm sorry. Yeah, the net connection. Oh, Manuela's just joining us. Maybe we could get Manuela. Hey, Manuela, welcome. Would you like to read Asagai? Unless Juana wants to go for it. Manuela, are you there? I know you're just coming into class. We're reading a play. Surprise! Would you like to read the play? All right. Well, maybe Garrett could read Asagai until
Yeah, do you think
someone wants to tag in?
Do you think zooming in could help too with like the blur and stuff? Maybe that you could just see it a bit better that way.
Say again.
Do you think zooming in might help a bit with the blur?
Yeah, it could. All right, so, Juana, if it's too blurry by the time we get to your line, we'll just have Garrett fill in. Cool. All right. Act 3. So this is an hour later from when all the drama blew up in the living room there. An hour later. At curtain. Okay, if the page is zoomed in more. Cool. Oops. I'm zooming in everything, all the wrong things. Act 3. An hour later. At curtain, there is a sullen light of gloom. Sorry, I've got all these. I've got the chat window open and everything. All right. I've got to shrink this. I've got to shrink that for now. At curtain, there is a sullen light of gloom in the living room. Gray light, not unlike that which began the first scene of Act 1. At left, we can see Walter within his room, alone with himself. He is stretched out on the bed, his shirt out and open, his arms under his head. He does not smoke, he does not cry out, he merely lies there, looking up at the ceiling, much as if he were alone in the world. In the living room, Benita sits at the table, still surrounded by the now ominous packing crates. She sits looking off. We feel that this is a mood struck perhaps an hour before, and it lingers now, full of the empty sound of profound disappointment. We see on a line from her brother's bedroom the sameness of their attitudes. Presently the bell rings, and Benita rises without ambition or interest in anything. It is Asagai, smiling broadly, striding into the room with energy and happy expectation and conversation.
All right. Oh, Juana says if you zoom in, she can read.
Yeah, I did. I'm not sure if I can go any further. Well, yeah, it starts to cut things off.
That's strange. I can't see it zoomed in. For me, it looks like it's still sort of far out.
Oh, you know what? I'm silly. You know what? It's my screen share. I think I have...
Oh, is it?
I think I have it set on only one window that probably hasn't moved. Let me see. Is that any better?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay. All right. Okay. As that guy enters.
I came over. I had some free time. I thought I might help.
We missed you, Wana. Sorry, you cut out. Oh, sorry, Wana. Did anyone get that?
No, she cut out.
Okay. Wana, you want to try again? Take another swing at it?
Yeah, okay. I came over. I had some free time. I thought I might help with the packing. I like the look of packing crates, a household in preparation for a journey. It depresses some people, but for me, it is another feeling, something full of the flow of life. Do you understand? Movement, progress. It makes me think of Africa.
Africa?
What kind of mood is this? Have I told you how deeply you move me?
He gave away the money, I saw a guy.
Right here, Wana.
Who gave away what money?
The insurance money. My brother gave it away.
Gave it away?
He made an investment with a man even Travis wouldn't have trust with his most worn out marbles.
And it's gone?
Gone.
I'm very sorry. And you? Now?
Me, I'm nothing. Me, when I was very small, we used to take our sleds out in the winter time, and the only hills we had were the ice-covered stone steps of some houses down the street. We used to fill them in with snow and make them smooth and slide down them all day. And it was very dangerous, far too steep. And sure enough, one day a kid named Rufus came down too fast and hit the sidewalk, and we saw his face just split open right there in front of us. And I remember standing there looking at his bloody open face, thinking that that was the end of Rufus. But the ambulance came and they took him to the hospital and they fixed the broken bones. They sewed it all up. And the next time I saw Rufus, he just had a little line down the middle of his face. I never got over that.
What?
That was what one person could do for another. Fix him up, sew up the problem, make him all right again. That was the most marvelous thing in the world. I wanted to do that. I always thought it was one of the concrete thing in the world that a human being could do. Fix up the sick, and make them whole again. That was truly being God.
Right there, Wana.
Yeah, my audio cut off.
Oh, sorry.
You wanted to be God?
No, I wanted to cure. It used to be so important to me. I wanted to cure. It used to matter. I used to care, about people and how their body hurt.
And you stopped caring?
Yes, I think so.
Why?
Because it doesn't seem deep enough, close enough to what allies mankind. It was a child's way of seeing things, or an idealist.
Children see things very well sometimes. And idealists even better.
I know that's what you think, because you are still where I left off. You are all the talk and dreams about Africa. You think you can patch up the world, cure the great sore of colonialism, and with penicillin of independence.
Yes.
Independence, and then what? What about all the crooks and thieves and just plain idiots who will come into power and steal and plunder the same as before? Only now they will be black and do it in the name of the new independence. What about them?
That will be a That will be the problem for another time. First, we must get there.
And where does it end?
And he even spoke of an end to life, to living.
An end to misery, to stupidity. Don't you see there isn't really any progress, Asagai? There's only one large circle that we march in, around and around, each of us with our own little picture in front of us, our own little margin that we.
That is a mistake.
What?
What you just said about the circle, it isn't a circle. It is simply a long line, as in geometry, you know, one that reaches into infinity. And because we cannot see the end, we also cannot see how it changes. And it is very odd, but those who can't see the changes who dream, who will not give up, are called idealists. And those who only see the circle, we call them the realists.
Asagai, while I was sleeping in that bed in there, people went out and took the future right out of my hands, and nobody asked me, nobody counseled me, they just went out and changed my life.
Was it your money?
What?
Was it your money he gave away?
It belonged to all of us.
But did you earn it? Would you have had it all if your father had not died?
No.
Then isn't there something wrong in a house? In a world where all dreams, good or bad, must depend on the death of a man? I never thought to see you like this. Alayo,
Alayo.
Alayo. Your brother made a mistake and you are grateful to him so that now you can give up the ailing human race on account of it. You talk about what good is struggle, what good is anything. Where are we all going and why are we bothering?
And you can't answer it.
I live the answer. In my village at home, it is the exceptional man who can even read a newspaper or whoever sees a book at all. I will go home and much of what I will have to say will seem strange to the people of my village. But I will teach and work and things will happen slowly and swiftly. At times, it will seem that nothing changes at all. And then again, the sudden dramatic events which make history leap into the future. And then quiet again, retrogression even. Guns, murder, revolution, and I even will have moments where I wonder if the quiet was not better than all that death and hatred. But I will look about my village at the literacy and disease and ignorance, and I will not wonder long. And perhaps I will be a great man. I mean, perhaps I will hold on the substance of truth and find my way always with the right course. And perhaps for it, I will be butchered in my bed some night by the servants of empire.
The Marriott?
The martyr, she's saying. She's calling him a martyr.
Or perhaps I shall live to be a very old man, respected and esteemed in my new nation. And perhaps I shall hold office, and this is what I'm trying to tell you, Eliam. Perhaps the things I believe now for my country will be wrong, to have the things my way or merely to keep my power. Oh wait, I think I.
Oh, yeah, you just skipped a line.
Okay, will be wrong and outmoded, and I will not understand and do terrible things to have the things my way or merely to keep my power. Don't you see that there will be a young man and woman, not British soldiers then, but my own black countrymen, to step out of the shadows some evening and split my then useless throat? Don't you see that they have always been there, and that they will always be, and that such a thing my own death will be in advance? They who might kill me even actually replenish all that I was.
Oh, Asagai, I know all that.
Good. Then stop moaning and groaning and tell me what you plan to do.
Do?
I have a bit of a suggestion.
What?
That when it is all over, that you come home with me.
Staring at him and crossing away with exasperation.
Oh, Asagai, at this moment you decide to be romantic?
Quickly understanding the misunderstanding.
My dear young creature of the New World, I do not mean across the city, I mean across the ocean, home, to Africa.
Beneatha slowly understanding and turning to him with murmured amazement.
To Africa?
Yes,
Smiling and lifting his arms up playfully.
300 years later, the African prince rose up out of the seas and swept the maiden back across the middle passage over which her ancestors had come.
To Nigeria?
Nigeria, home.
Coming to her with genuine romantic flippancy.
I will show you our mountains and our stars, and give you cool drinks from gourds, and teach you the old song, and the ways.
Rats, we lost you, Wana.
Oh, disconnected again.
Yeah, sorry.
In the ways of our people. And in time, we will pretend that you have only been away for a day. Say that you'll come.
He swings her around and takes her full in his arms in a kiss, which proceeds to passion. Beneatha pulling away suddenly.
You're getting me all mixed up.
Why?
Too many things. Too many things have happened today. I must sit down and think. I don't know what I feel about anything right this moment.
She promptly sits down and props her chin on her fist. Asagai charmed.
All right, I shall leave you. No, don't get up.
Touching her gently and sweetly.
Just sit a while and think. Never be afraid to sit a while and think.
He goes to the door and looks at her.
How often I have looked at you and said, ah, so this is what the New World has finally brought.
He exit. Beneatha sits on alone. Presently, Walter enters from his room and starts to rummage through things, feverishly looking for something. She looks up and turns in her seat. Beneatha hissingly.
Yes, just look at what the New World hath wrought. Just look.
She gestures with bitter disgust.
There he is, Monsieur le Petit Bourgeois himself.
Oh, yes, some French. Monsieur le Petit Bourgeois Noir.
There he is, symbol of a rising class, interpreter titan of the system.
Walter ignores her completely and continues frantically and destructively looking for something and hurling things to the floor and tearing things out of their place in search. Beneatha ignores the eccentricity of his actions and goes on with the monologue of insult.
Did you dream of yachts on Lake Michigan, brother? Did you see yourself on that great day sitting down at the conference table surrounded by all the mighty bald-headed men in America, all wilted, waiting and breathless, waiting for your pronouncements on industry, wait for you, chairman of the board?
Walter finds what he is looking for, a small piece of white paper, and pushes it in his pocket and puts on his coat and rushes out without ever having looked at her. She shouts after him.
I look at you and I see the final trumpet of stupidity in the world.
Final triumph of stupidity in the world. Whew. The door slams and she returns to just sitting again. Ruth comes quickly out of Mama's room. All right, we need a Ruth, and we need a Mama. All right, Wana's Mama. Wana did an excellent job with Asagai. So we need a Ruth. Maybe Garrett could be Ruth.
Yeah, I can be Ruth if
Yay.
It sounds like it's a done deal. We got a yay.
All right.
I think the others have one's not feeling well and the other's having microphone problems. So, great. The door slams and she returns to just sitting again. Ruth comes quickly out of Mama's room.
Who was that?
Your husband.
Where did he go?
Who knows? Maybe he has an appointment at US Steel.
Ruth anxiously with frightened eyes.
You didn't say nothing bad to him, did you?
Bad? Say anything bad to him? No. I told him he was a sweet boy and full of dreams and everything is strictly peachy keen, as the oof kids say.
Mama enters from her bedroom. She is lost, vague, trying to catch hold, to make some sense of her former command of the world, but it still eludes her. A sense of waste overwhelms her gait. A measure of apology rides on her shoulders. She goes to her plant, which has remained on the table, looks at it, picks it up, and takes it to the windowsill and sits it outside. She stands and looks at it a long moment. Then she closes the window, straightens her body with effort, and turns around to her children.
Well, ain't it a mess in here, though?
A false cheerfulness, a beginning of something.
I guess we all better stop mopping around and get some work done. All this unpacking and everything we gotta do.
Ruth raises her head slowly in response to the sense of the line, and Beneatha, in similar manner, turns very slowly to look at her mother.
One of you all better call the moving people and tell them not to come.
Tell him not to come.
Of course, baby. Ain't no need in them coming all the way here and having to go back. They charge us for that too.
She sits down, fingers to her brow, thinking.
Lord, ever since I was a little girl, I always remember people saying, Lena, Engelston, you aim too high all the time. You need to slow down and see life a little more like it is. Just slow down some more. Just slow down some. That's what they always used to say down home. Lord, that Lena Eggleston is a high-minded thing. She'll get her due one day.
No, Lena.
Me and Big Walter just didn't never learn right.
Lena, no. We gotta go. Benny, tell her.
She rises and crosses to Beneatha with her arms outstretched. Beneatha doesn't respond.
Tell her we can still move. The notes ain't but $125 a month. We got 4 grown people in this house. We can work.
Just aim too high all the time.
Ruth turning and going to Mama fast, the words pouring out with urgency and desperation.
Lena, I'll work 20 hours a day in all the kitchens in Chicago. I'll strap my baby on my back if I have to and scrub all the floors in America and wash all the sheets in America if I have to. But we got to move. We got to get out of here.
Mama reaches out absently and pats Ruth's hand.
No, I see things differently now. Been thinking about some of the things we could do to fix this place up some. I've seen a secondhand bureau over in Maxwell Street just the other day that could fit right here.
She points to where the new furniture might go. Ruth wanders away from her.
We need some new handles on it and then a little varnish and it'll look something brand new. And we can put new curtains in the kitchen. Why this place be looking fine? Choose all up so that we forget trouble ever comes. And you could get some nice screens to put up in your room. Browse the baby bass.
Bassinet.
That's
Its
it.
crib.
Sometimes you just got to know when to get some things and hold on what you got.
Walter enters from the outside, looking spent and leaning against the door, his coat hanging from him.
Where you been, son?
Made a call.
To who, son?
To the man.
He heads for his room.
Oh, I was looking at a different line. What
Oh,
man,
yeah.
baby?
Walter stops in the door.
The man, Mama, don't you know who the man is?
Ruth. I think that's you,
That's
Garrett.
me. Yeah, I forgot. I was like, oh yeah, that's me. Walter Lee?
Hold on a second, let me move.
Sure.
The man, like the guys in the street say, the man. Captain Boss, Mr. Charles, old Captain, please, Mr. Boss Man.
Leonard?
Lindner.
That's right. That's right. That's good. I told him to come over here. I told him to come right over.
So does everyone remember who Lindner is? In the film, he was the white guy from the new place that they're moving to, and he basically told them that they didn't want black people in their neighborhood, and he tried to offer them double or much more than they paid for their house. They were just going to buy them out because they didn't want black people in the neighborhood.
For what? What do you want to see him for?
We gonna do business with him.
What you talking about, son?
Talking about life, Mama. You all always telling me to go see life like it is. Well, I laid in there on my back today and I figured it out. Life just like it is. Who gets and who don't get.
He sits down with his coat on and laughs.
Mama, you know it's all divided up. Life is, sure enough, between the takers and the tooken.
He laughs.
I've figured it out finally.
He looks around at them.
Yeah, some of us always getting tooken. People like Willie Harris, they don't never get tooken. And you know why the rest of us do? 'Cause we all mixed up bad. We get to looking around for the right and wrong, and we worry about it and cry about it and stay up nights trying to figure out about the wrong and the right of things all the time. And the time, man, them takers is out there operating, just taking and taking. Willie Harris, shoot, Willie Harris don't even count. He don't even count in the big scheme of things. But I'll say one thing for old Willie Harris. He's taught me something. He's taught me to keep my eye on what counts in this world. Yeah,
Shouting
thanks,
a little.
Willie.
Nicely done.
What did you call on that man for, Walter Lee?
Called him, tell him to come on over to the show. Gonna put on a show for that man, just what he wants to see. You see, Mama, The man came here today and he told us that them people out there where you want us to move, well, they so upset they're willing to pay us not to move. And and oh mama, you would have been proud of the way me and Ruth and Benny acted. We told him to get out. Lord have mercy, we told that man to get out. Oh, we have some proud folks in this afternoon. Yeah,
He lights a cigarette.
we were still full of that old stuff, old time stuff.
Ruth, that's you again.
Oh yeah, I was just wondering if you're gonna read that. You talking about taking them people's money to keep us from moving in that house?
Oh, sorry, I see what you mean.
I ain't just talking about it, baby. I'm telling you that's what's going to happen.
Oh God, where is the bottom? Where is the real honest to God bottom so we can't go any further?
See, that's the old stuff. You and that boy that was here today, you all want everybody to carry a flag and a spear and sing some marching song, huh? You want to spend your life looking into these and trying to find the right and the wrong part. Yeah, you know what's going to happen to that boy someday? He'll find himself sitting in a dungeon locked forever and the takers will have the key. Forget it. Forget it, baby. There ain't no cause, there ain't nothing but taking in this world, and he who takes most is smartest, and it don't make a damn bit of a difference how.
You make me something inside me cry, son. Some awful pain inside me.
Don't cry, Mama. Understand, that white man is going to walk in that door able to write checks for more money than we ever had. It's important to him, and I'm going to help him. I'm going to put on a show, Mama.
Son, I come from 5 generations of people who was who was slaves and sharecroppers. But ain't nobody in my family never let nobody pay him no money. That was a way of telling us we wasn't fit to walk the earth. We ain't never been that poor.
Raising her eyes and looking at him.
We ain't never been that dead inside.
Well, we are dead now. All the talk about dreams and sunlight that goes on in this house, it's all dead now.
What's the matter with you all? I didn't make this world. It was given to me this way. Hell yes, I want me some yacht someday. Yes, I want to hang some real pearls around my wife's neck. And ain't she supposed to wear no pearls? Somebody tell me who decides which woman is supposed to wear pearls in this world? I tell you, I am a man, and I think my wife should wear some pearls in this world.
Whew. I think that might be time for us. We have 7 more pages. It's 2:47, yeah. So let's stop there, and we just have a few more pages. I know it kind of hurts to to almost be right at the end. But I promise you, we will finish on Tuesday those last few pages, and be rewarded with the finally the ending to this play after we've been reading it for a week plus. Great job. I do too. I'm right there with Caroline. Just awesome. Thank you everyone for participating in this. Juana, is it Juana, Christina, and Benny? Are Lily? Yeah, Lily. Sorry, I'm mixing up the names of the characters in the class. Thank you everyone for your great readings. Really, it's awesome. I enjoy this a lot. So, don't spoil it. Don't look. Don't look ahead. Don't read ahead. Save it.
It's
Tuesday.
tempting.
What's that?
I said it's tempting.
I know. I mean, you can. I'm not gonna stop you.
No, but I won't. I won't.
Okay.
I will.
Very passionate Walter, by the way. I like it. Yeah. So next Tuesday, let's try and get those projects done and post the first projects too when you get those done. So hopefully you're far enough along on the first one that you can just fire off the second one, I think, on a Saturday, Sunday, put it together. Put something down. Don't stress about making anything perfect. You're just trying these things out. Just try a bunch of stuff out and see what happens. Even if you think it's a scattered mess, just go for it. That's what I really want. The final project, you'll have a little more time to think about it. Hopefully, hopefully you'll have more time. I will post on the module that description of the second project. So check on there. Check in this week. So it would be week. Are we in week? Yeah, we're in week 3. Friday of week 3. If you go to the module, there, that's where the description of the second project will be. And the instructions for that and the due dates. Again, if you get stuck, if you have any questions, technical problems, please don't hesitate to write to me or Garrett or Caroline. And that's all I can think of for now. It's 2:50. So please enjoy your weekend and do some good work. Think about what's going to happen to the family. Walter, Benitha, Mama. That's all. How am I ending this? Finis. Au revoir.
Fini.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Ben. We will
Thanks,
see you
Ben.
next week.
All right.
Have a good
Cool,
weekend.
You too.
See you, Ben. All right. It
All right.
is 250, I think, 251. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so it's 2:51. So if you guys want to take a quick bio break and come back at 3, because we're going to go ahead and do the workshop with Garrett today for the last hour. So go ahead and take a quick bio break. I know I need it. So I will see you guys in 9 minutes.
All righty. Alrighty, thank you guys. Just gonna give it an extra minute or two. Let's see if anyone else shows up. Oh, there's Christy. Okay. I see you changed your picture. All right. Yep. Okay. Well, congratulations, you all. You've made it to the end of Friday. Let's see. Manuel, if you give me a little hello, see if you're here. Just making sure everybody is here. Just as a reward, hooray! Maybe not, more work maybe, but if you're interested in maybe impressing Sebastian with your French, I actually have a link for you, which is really useful. It's got all kinds of sites and stuff. You could probably become decently fluent with this. Personally, I'd suggest that you get some one-on-one with an actual speaker, or with a peer at least. But yeah, I just thought I'd give that to you guys because I just remembered it. But yeah, all right. So today we're going to talk about personal history, sort of examining identity, positionality, and time, which, I mean, we covered a bit, but like we said before, it is a big subject, so no harm in some redundancy. So yeah. All right. So firstly, I know I touched on this yesterday, but does anybody remember what exactly positionality is? And to give you a hint, it involves all those little bubbles. Any takers, any takers. I'll give you guys a bit to write. Otherwise, I'm going to start calling on people. You forgot? That's okay. That's okay. Anyone have any guesses? All right, Juana, what about you? Do you know what it is? Do you remember? It's okay if you don't.
What makes a person or how they act?
That's pretty good, yeah. It's pretty close. Manuel, what do you think? Do you remember? Do you not know?
Is it how you like present yourself?
Yeah, that's part of it, yeah. Who you are, yeah, that is part of it, yeah. So, the definition, oh, okay, there we go. The definition, which I forgot to cite, whoops, you didn't see that. But it's the social and political context that describes your identity in terms of race, class, gender, sexuality, and ability status. So it describes how your identity influences and potentially, this says potentially biases, I would say does bias your understanding and outlook of the world. So, simply put, positionality is the way in which we influence and are influenced by the social context of our lives and the change of our own perspectives over time, because you definitely view things differently from when you were 8, when you were 13, 18. You're going to view things differently, much differently as your understanding grows and your perspective changes with your understanding. And we're going to take a look at how your personal and family history, which overlap there, has affected your position and therein your identity and aspirations, because you will meet a lot of people throughout your life that are going to have some very, very different perspectives from you because of their personal history, their position. So yeah. Okay. All right. So we're going to start off doing free write, and I am going to ask you if you would please put this in the chat. I'm going to give you some time here. Let's see. All right, I'll give you probably 3 minutes. We'll see if you need more. But what is something in your own history that has changed the way you perceive things? What is in your family history that has changed the way in which you interact with and or perceive the world? Yeah, I'm going to ask you to put that in the chat when you're done, please. We're going to write for about 3 minutes here, so I'll let you know when to stop. Okay, and when you're doing your free write, please be sure to think about when you're going to share it. You're going to talk about, have you thought about this before? Do you think they can make that remembering these memories can make you happier, stronger, freer, or more determined? Yeah. It's about 2 minutes left, just so you know. All right, about a minute left. Let me know if you guys think you'll need more time, or if you want more time. All right, go ahead and stop. Put what you have in the chat, unless you'd like more time. Do you guys think you'll need more time? Want a little bit longer to write? Finish up your thoughts? All right, I'm going to assume that we're all good then. And I'm going to ask you guys to please share, put it in the chat, talk about it out loud with us. Tell us what kind of memory you have. Just to sort of get the ball rolling, I will tell you about a memory I have. I remember when I was very young, I'm not quite sure how old I was, but one thing that really changed my perspective of the world was actually an interaction with my aunt when I was quite little. I told her that I wanted to create world peace. That was my goal in life. And she told me very strictly that it was a naive belief and that it was impossible. and that very much changed the way in which I perceive the world, and has given me almost a has given me a little bit more pessimistic outlook on the world, I think. So, all right, that's my story. I don't see anything in the chat, so I'm gonna start calling out on people. Lily, what is a memory you have that changed the way you perceive things? Oh, would you mind reading that, Lily? Talking about it? I'm not gonna force you to, but if you would.
I'm good.
Okay. All right. It's always good to hear things in your own voice if you want to voice it. So Lily says, when I was very young, one of my family member passed away from kidney cancer because they were an alcoholic. By that happening, who has taught me to say no to alcohol and drugs because it just doesn't affect you. It affects your loved ones. Yeah, I do think about this a lot. When I think back on it, I feel more determined to say no to alcohol and drugs. Good. It's good that they have ultimately had a positive effect.
I agree with Lily because I've had like the stereotype. There's a stereotype in Hispanic or Latino households that the drunk uncles are always the ones. Yeah, it's always the drunk uncles and stuff. And yeah, I also have like family members who are so addicted to alcohol. It's like their love. It's like their love of alcohol, and I just and growing up with people who are drinkers, it made me and my younger siblings, or the not my younger siblings, but the siblings who are around the same age as me, to never pick up that bottle or to never light up that cigarette. And I live with that, and I tell all my other siblings that like alcohol free here. Like, I will never drink alcohol in my life. And I'm sorry, Lily, you had to go through that, but it gives us a motivation to never pick up that bottle.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you for sharing, and I'm glad I gave you that motivation. You're a good sister. All right. Christina says, white privilege and white supremacy. It made me realize how things work in this world. Yeah. This white homeless guy told me and my mom to go back to Mexico. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of funny. I mean, before, like, it was pretty traumatic, but now my mind was like, turn it into something funny because I can't deal with the trauma back then. But like, yeah, it's kind of funny how he assumed we were also he assumed my mom was Mexican, even though she's a Guatemalan woman. And then that later made me realize that most people think of Hispanic and Latinos as just Mexicans, as if there is no other type um of other ethnicity, or what, or not ethnicity, but other types of Latinos or whatever. And yeah, and also like white privilege. I didn't realize how home even white homeless people could have this privilege. And I just think about that, and it just kind of blew my mind, like last year when I could finally understand that traumatic event. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's amazing how people can be so petty, especially if it's out of desperation, sort of a great desire to have some sort of power. All right. When I was around 2 or 4, I was in a very poor environment with a low income, and I would go go some days without eating, and what it taught me was to never waste food ever again and cherish the opportunities others don't have. Yeah. Wow. Thank you for sharing that. Did you want to talk about it? Or you don't have to. All right. Thank you for sharing. All right. All right. Manuela, were you able to write something? Karina, were you able to write something? Remember something? Not yet? Okay, that's all right.
I can share while students are probably typing out answers. So, something that happened to me was like in high school. So I'm part Mexican, part Ecuadorian. My dad's from Mexico. My mom is from Ecuador. If anyone knows where Ecuador is at, it's a small little country right under Colombia and Ecuador because of the equator. So in high school, I remember, well, like in the town that I lived in, like all the students that were Latinos or Hispanic backgrounds, their parents were from Mexico. So I remember one time we were discussing it and they're like, oh, well, you're Mexican. And I was like, no, I was like, I'm half Mexican, half Ecuadorian. And they were like, well, it's the same thing. And so I was like, no, it's not. They're like completely two different cultures. So it changed the way I perceive things, you know, like just because someone is Latino or has a Latino background doesn't immediately mean they're Mexican. There are many Latin American countries, not just one. And it just like, it made me perceive things like I just want to be like more inclusive and like make others like more aware of just because a country in a country where some speak Spanish doesn't mean they all speak Spanish. You know, it's Spanish is not their like first language. Like Spanish is also, as I've learned, a colonized language. You know, it's from Europe. So like their first languages are indigenous, you know, like Quechua, Nahuatl, I know in Guatemala there's various dialects as well, like Mam, Ganjoal. And I know there's so many more out there, but it's like super important to like be more open-minded and aware of these things. And ever since like that incident in high school, I would start telling people, well, I'm just not Mexican, I'm just Ecuadorian. Because I was so tired of everyone like putting, just because I was Latina, they would put me in the same like bracket and they wouldn't like take into consideration like cultures, values, or everyone's not the same. So yeah. So that's like in family history that changed the way in which you not interact with others and perceive the world. Family history, something I can think of, I guess it's not really history, but like when I go to Ecuador to visit family, they'll be like, well, you're too Mexican or you're too American or vice versa. I'll go to Mexico and they'll be like, you're too Ecuadorian or too American. So like, it's weird trying to interact with even my own family. So yeah. And I always think about it, and sometimes I even think about like, well, how can I change the way I am when I go to Ecuador so I can be more Ecuadorian for them, or when I go to Mexico, how can I be more Mexican for them and stuff. Or like when I was younger here in the States, like how can I do it so like, when I was younger, so they just don't see me as, I don't know, a Latin American student. So I don't know, like I guess it kind of ties back to yesterday, like with the whole thing when Juana said like an identity crisis in a way. But yeah, it definitely changes the way you perceive things when you feel almost in a way like attacked. So, yeah.
Yeah. They really must have toyed with you as a kid, trying to find some place in with identity, with everyone telling you you're not enough of this, not enough of that.
Yeah. Definitely. All right. Does anyone else want to share?
Karina or Manuela, if you have written anything yet, feel free to share. Or if you just want to unmute and relay a memory. I'll give you guys a little bit. I don't want to accidentally cut you guys off. Yeah, yeah. It's always good to make a community.
Can I share one more thing?
Sure.
So we just fill up the silence. This one's pretty sad, but like it's kind of a reminder that like you have to like always or like check up on your family and friends and stuff because they might not be there one day. Like my uncle, he left America to go be with his wife, and my dad and our family just lost connection, and then you know then one day he just never came back. Like he I don't want to say it, but and it's just kind of sad because it's like when you're in those moments of grief, you kind of go through those stages of grief, and it's always about you're always thinking about the future with that person, even though they'll never come back. So just a reminder to like always um talk to your family, talk to your friends, because they can be gone the
Yeah,
next morning or something like that.
yeah. I mean, that's it's really beautiful. I mean, you should um, treat each moment like it'll be the last. My grandfather actually passed away recently, and I just wish I had paid a bit more attention to that. Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing. Thank you all for sharing. I'm really glad that you put yourselves out there, and we're willing to tell us a story. Karina, Manuela, I'm going to move on, but if you want to put it in the chat, feel free to. All right. So, sorry, I have to move all this stuff. So I actually I've got a link for you guys in a moment here to go and create a family tree. And you can go ahead and label their attributes or their dreams, or their dreams. And as I put up here, you don't have to put down names if you don't want to, including your own. You don't have to label your own. You can just put down mom, sister, uncle, brother, grandfather. But yeah, just go and put down what some of their dreams were and what some of their attributes, to show how they affected you personally, your life, maybe in the stories that they told you. So I'm gonna stop share real quick here, and I'm gonna go grab the link for you guys. All right. All right. I put that in the chat. Hopefully it'll work. Let me know if it doesn't. You can just grab a random slide and start working on it. Except for the first one. I would like to keep that just family trees part, of course. And just have fun with it. You can make your own artsy style of doing it. You should be able to edit it. Let me know if you can't. Let's see. Yeah. And hopefully you can have fun with it. You can add pictures if you want. You can do circles if you want instead of little boxes, or you can do all kinds of stuff. Just let yourself use your imagination. I think I'll even start one here.
What's it gonna look like?
It can look like whatever it is to you, really. I'm not gonna require that you make it in some form. You can just put down your family members, really, and just your family tree, or what you know of your family tree, and their dreams and their personality.
So we can go like beyond our immediate family. Just like
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I mean, you can include guardians if you want. Your guardians, maybe your godmother, your godfather. I know they had, for me at least, they had a lot of influence in my life for me. Just people that you consider your family. It doesn't have to be blood family. I've actually known. I actually grew up sort of with another family. What's funny is we all used to call each other cousins, but now we're more like brothers and sisters, really, because now we're the older generation. Wow, I haven't quite taken a look yet, but your guys' all look much fancier than mine. Mine is sort of just a little, I don't know, making like little dots here trying to connect it, but you guys are going fancy. All right, just to check in, how are you guys doing? Doing good? Wow, you guys are making some really interesting stuff here. Wow. Doing good. All right. Let's see. Looks like it is about 36. I'll give you guys some more time here. Take a look. Okay. Wow. Okay, mine is all over the place. You guys seem to be doing great, though. You're fantastic. All right, just a couple more minutes here. I think we'll go till 45, and then we'll stop. Just so you guys know. All right, guys, just a couple minutes here. About 2 minutes. You guys can always work on these on your own as well if you're really determined to get it down. I certainly won't mind. It's always cool to learn more about each other. Okay. All right. If we could all come back, please. All right. Give me a hello in the chat if you are back. Had a little accent with that. Hello. All right. Hello, hello. Hello, Lily. Hello, Christina. Hi, Manuela. Hello, Karina. All right. Thank you, guys. All right. Come back here. Take a look at the family tree. Whoa. There we go. Just show you guys mine real quick. Oop, moving some stuff out of the way. Just a little, mine is, you guys did such a great job with it. Thank you guys for really putting so much effort into it. This is mine though. I just put a little bit down. My grandmother, who loved being a librarian, my grandfather unfortunately died when I was very young, so I don't really know much about him. Then there's my mom, who loves being a child psychiatrist, though she once dreamed of being an author. I also have an aunt who's technically just a friend, but we always refer to her as our aunt. Yeah, these are just some. Oh yeah, I forgot to put that there. And then one of my grandmothers who went crazy. Yeah. If any of you want to share your family tree, go ahead. I'm not going to ask you to. It is on there though, as you know. So, yeah. Did anyone want to talk a bit about their own?
What do you mean your grandmother went crazy?
I'm not really being facetious when I say that she like genuinely went crazy. Yeah, and became very violent.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, she used to be pretty normal, but something happened to her, and yeah. I mean, normally you would think, oh, maybe it was something, but it was just very random. All right. By the looks of it, we don't have any takers. That's okay. Um, all right.
I'll go.
You'll go? Okay.
Can you go to my
Yeah.
because I just X'd out.
All right. Oh, and those are my brothers, by the way. Alaric, Val, Seth, and Win.
I like how you just said technically just a friend. For the,
Yep.
like, yeah, I don't talk to her, but you know what? She's my friend. Next one.
Next one. Okay, there we go.
Okay, so my mom and my dad had a lot of siblings, and they went off to do whatever. And my mom came to the U.S. with her late husband. She had my three older siblings. We all have nicknames for each other because that's our personality. My sister's nickname is Chili because she has a fierce attitude. The ones who get fired up. Then
That's my brother.
I have my oldest brother. We like to call him Harry Potter. Because he used to have glasses like that. Oh my god! Sorry, the guitar. Hold on, just kidding.
That's okay.
Okay, and then we have my second oldest brother. Um, my mom likes to call him Penguin. Um, then we have my sister Angie. Okay, so then my mom and my dad met each other in Shelton, and then they had my sister Angie, and we like to call her Chapa. And then they had me, the second um to last youngest, and they like to call me TT. I don't know why. My mom likes to say it was because of a cat that she had in Guatemala. And then my youngest brother, we like to call him Big Ears because he had ears. And yeah, and then at the bottom it was supposed to load down here, but my oldest sister, she had a kid. He's my nephew. We like to call him Shrimp, but in Spanish, so camaron. We like to call him Shrimp. Yeah. Anyways, and that's it.
That's great. Thank you for sharing. What's the age difference between you and your nephew, if you don't mind me asking?
Okay, so the oldest and the youngest is about 20 years.
Wow, that's almost me and my youngest brother.
Yeah, so 20 years from my sister to my brother. Yeah. Yeah, my
Wow.
mom, it's okay, guys. It's okay to have children at an old age. My mom was 36. So, when she had me. So, don't have kids when you're young. Okay? Learn, go do life before you have children. Anyways, that's it.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing. All right. Did anyone else want to share?
I can share real quick if you want to go to mine.
All right. Whoop. All right.
Okay, it's showing up. It's not showing up on mine. So I did my Ecuador side and then my Mexico side, and I put a little map. So the furthest I can remember is my grandma, great great grandpa, Angel Sanchez, and my grandma Marquez. Oh, I spelled her last name wrong. So according to my Mexico side, I don't know how many great 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 grandpas, but it's really great great because it's way back there. So my last name Gomez comes from Spain. It looks like my great great grandpa came from Spain to Mexico, fell in love with an indigenous woman in Mexico, and then just stayed here and lived with her and had their babies. And so the family began in Mexico. And then my grandpa Angel, but this is a Sanchez side. This is my grandma's side. They had Guillermina Sanchez and Jose Rojas. My great great grandpa refused to give his kids with my grandma an education because he was married with another woman, and so she was like, I guess, his mistress in a way. So he refused to give his kids an education, and that's where my grandma comes in. So then it's my grandma, Josefina, and then she had my dad, and then my grandpa, the Gomez side, it's my grandpa, and then my great grandpa, he was from a little pueblo in Mexico, and my great grandma apparently comes from a prestigious family in Mexico, the De La Vegas, and she fell in love with my grandpa, and so her family disowned her and took away all her money and stuff, and like didn't give her any of their values. I guess they have mansions and stuff over there. I don't know because I don't know that side of the family, but they tell me that when she passed away, like in that era, like her family showed up in like fur coats and like really fancy cars at the time and everything. I was like, whoa, but yeah. So that's crazy. And then that's where the Gomez's come from. So my last name comes from Spain. And then there goes my dad. And then from my mom's side, my great grandpa, not even my grandma knew her own father because he would drink a lot. And at the time they lived like right by the train. So he was so drunk that he fell asleep on the railroad. And so the train smashed him and like they had to find like his body parts along like the railroad. So that was wild. And so my grandma had 3 daughters. My great grandma had 3 daughters, my grandma being the baby. And so there's my grandma. And then my great grandpa, they say he's like from the Amazon side of Ecuador. So like somewhere on this, like where the white section is, like up north around there. Cause the Amazon's like goes that far. So it's part of Ecuador too. But they say he's from there and he went to the coast, so by the ocean, where it says Guayaquil right there. He went to that side looking for new opportunities and stuff. And my great grandma comes from the mountains, so from like Cuenca, like the green section, that's all the mountain section. That's where the Andes and stuff, or is that like that's the whole mountain section. My great grandma lived in the mountains and she was indigenous, and she went to the city, Guayaquil, to look for job opportunities, and she met my grandpa, and so she just never went back home. And they say that supposedly he kidnapped her. I don't know if that's true or not, but there's like a 15-20 year age gap between them. And so yeah, she was supposed to have 12 babies, but 5 passed. So 7 survived, and my grandpa is the oldest, who actually just recently passed 2 months ago. So my grandpa's the oldest, and my great grandma, she passed last June. She lived up to be 90, and then my grandpa just recently passed. But yeah, and they say that she didn't know Spanish or anything, so she learned Spanish when she got with my great grandpa. And so there goes my grandpa, and then there's my mom, and then there's me. And then I have 2 other siblings that they're okay, I guess. But yeah. But yeah, that's my family tree. I wish I could go back even further, but originally they say on my grandma's side, my great grandma, I can't remember her name, Grandma Marquez. They're officially from like this small town in Veracruz, but they say that they had to flee that town because they say that she was like into witchcraft and stuff. So it was in the 1800s during the whole like witchcrafts, like witches were bad and stuff. So they had to flee, and then yeah, so my family tree is a little wild. And then my parents met in New York. So how did they meet? They met in New York City. And then yeah, witch hunt. Yep. Yeah, so that's my family, and then that's me.
Wow. I love the maps.
Thanks.
That's
Yeah, it is
so
pretty cool.
cool how you know like your like your like more than just your mom and your grandparents. Like you go even further than that. Like damn.
Yeah.
I tried asking my mom, and all she could tell me was that her grandpa, her dad's dad, so my great grandpa, yeah, her dad's dad, like served in like the Guatemalan war when it was like sometime around like the 1950s, no, like the 1930s or 40s.
Oh yeah.
He was like in the war, but that's all he was like a general or something, but he died on the road because he got assassinated.
Wow, that's
Wow.
crazy. That's
Wow.
history. That's awesome. I mean, it's
Yeah.
not awesome like what happened, but that's really cool, like.
And I like how like you know more than that. Like you know your great grandparents. Like that's so cool. Anyways, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks.
Me, I know my great grandparents a little bit, and then like I know 12th century family a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, my great grandma was alive. I went to Ecuador for the first time like 5 years ago, and then I kept going every year after that. So yeah, I have. Yeah, they say she used to be really tall. I mean, she was little now, but she was tall, and her hair was black and long, and they say her skin was really pretty and stuff, but I didn't get to meet my great grandpa. He died, I think, when I was like 2 or something. So yeah, but they're really tall. They say they're really tall, but
Huh.
yeah. But yeah, that's me. Someone else share. Please, someone else just be like, show mine or something. I really like seeing like family trees and stuff.
All right. Anyone else? I will run out of time here, so speak now or forever hold your peace. All right. Well, it was a little bit of brainstorming we're gonna do, but I think I'll just leave you with some things to think about here. I'll just drop them in the chat. Yeah. Oop. All right. So, what is something in your family's past that has changed your life? What goals or dreams has your personal history set for you? Personally, a goal of mine is to learn piano. My mother tried to teach me when I was young, but I've never had like a whole lot of patience, unfortunately.
Yeah. Piano's nice, but it can be hard.
Yeah. I basically now I just like play keys listening for like, I don't know, sounds that sound good together.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, hey, I made a song out of this. But yeah. Yeah. Well, that would be the end then. Very strange. Sorry, dyslexia always gets to me. Thank you guys for participating so much. It's really cool to see your family trees and everything. And I hope you realize some of your own goals and dreams that your family's given you and that your own history has given you. Your mom wants to buy you a piano. You know, I don't know if it's for sale anymore, but I saw that someone was trying to get rid of a piano in the faculty messages. I don't know. I'll go and look. I'll see if I can't find you a piano because I think they just wanted to get off their hands. I think it was just free. Hi, Tabitha. Hi, Gerardo.
It's okay. We'll go to the music.
Can I just give you guys some stop and then?
All right. Alrighty. Well, it looks like that's the end, guys. If you want, like, let's see. Oh, never mind. I think the only one of you that didn't know actually was Alana, but I was going to tell you that if you want help with French, I would be happy to do that with you because I love practicing my French.
Really good at
Thanks. And if you want to impress Sebastian, you can use that link. Honestly, I am tempted to just like gather you guys together and like surprise him by singing the Champs-Élysées. Just sing like maybe a verse or two, like in person when we see him.
Also, can I mention, Chrissy, I like your picture. I was like, what is that?
My mom catching me in the kitchen at the, oh my.
3 a.m. Jesus, Chrissy.
Can you guys read it?
Yes.
Because it's blurry on mine.
I can read it. All right. Also, I wanted to mention real quick, I took pictures of everyone from the Falconers. So if anyone wants me to send them the pictures I took of them, I know I already sent Lily hers. Just let me know so I can send them to you through Remind.
Yeah, where's the picture, Lily? You should put it as your Zoom picture.
Yeah,
right there.
I'll picture.
Okay, Chrissy, I'll send yours. I'll probably send it through Instagram maybe. So I'll send you yours, Manuela, Karina. Oh, Karina didn't hold anyone. Juana, do you guys want your pictures? Are you still here? I know we're a little bit past, but okay, you have some pictures Chrissy took? Okay.
I have my pictures. Or picture.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm with you guys.
Manuela, do you want your pictures or you can just message me through Remind or something. It's up to you guys. Alrighty, guys. Okay, I have mine already. I don't need more. Okay.
All right.
Cool. All right, guys. Have a good weekend. Thank you. Have a good
Bye,
weekend.
you
Lily.
guys.
Enjoy the ocean.
Yes. Have a good weekend.
Bye.
Alright. I'm gonna start setting up. You guys want me to use my laptop again?
Everyone's gone, so it's just me and Garrett now. And I'm gonna stop recording. And I